that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me because, as we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there's some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
Yes, yes, yes. It's the boxing talk. Is it? Is it the boxing talk with Rafi? I don't think so. I think it's something else. I think it's titled something else. It's called Classic Fights Review and Boxing Talk or something along those lines. Let me have a look at what's going on over here. Let me look through the round window. Looking through the round window today. I got to make sure everything is correct and in order on the back end. Okay, we're live. This thing's telling me we're live. Let's have a look. Damn it. Okay, easily rectified. Hang tight. Hold on. Okay, I just gotta put a few commas in this thing. Gotta tidy up these analytics. Take me a couple seconds. Okay, that's good. Oh dear, that's a very controversial title, as I'm sure you will have noticed by now. Let me write this in. Boom. 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 Okay, that looks nice and tidy. Just one final stroke. One last stroke. Boom. And that's good. That is very, very nice. But you know, the Rafi don't like to do things by halves. You know, the Rafi don't like to do things by halves when this shit shizzle. When this shizzle goes to market, I like to make sure that I've crossed cross your T's and dot your I's. I like to make sure all my analytics are up to par. So the thing stands the test of time. Okay, it's looking nice. It's looking nicer. Allowing the area to populate before we get into this shizzle. Gotta make sure things are nice and correct. Okay, I like the look of that. Let's save that. Okay, so we are now in good shape. Where are we? You got John Dealey. Good evening, Rafi. That play. John Dealey gets the reference. We're going through the round window. Damn, looky here. The fight doctor is in the house and he ain't playing around. The fight doctor ain't playing around. You know what? I think we're going to have to jump him on. We're going to have to give him a place. We're going to have to set a place at the table for the fight doctor. This is a two-parter. We're going to start off with the news from Mauricio Sulaiman. We're going to start off with the news from Mauricio Sulaiman that what did he say? What did Mauricio say? You know what? I'll give you a little teaser before we go to the warming video. It's a quick warming video. But what does he say here? Deontay Wilder career on the line in Fury trilogy, says Mauricio Sulaiman. Damn, I know the fight doctor's not gonna like that. Fight doctor ain't gonna like that. Fight doctor ain't gonna like that, fight doctor, but don't blame me. Don't blame me, fight doctor. Don't blame me. I didn't say it. It was Mauricio Sulaiman. Mauricio Sulaiman said so. Okay, let me put that in the headline. So it's a two-parter. We're starting off with the news from Mauricio Sulaiman. Let's add that banner there. And let's show that banner there. And then after that, so it's one topic on that. Then after that, we get straight into our classic. Am I ready for FaceTime? Damn, I'm ready for FaceTime. I've moved the light. I've moved the light somewhere else, and it seems to have had a beautifying effect. Which is my best side? What's my best side? I'll have to figure that out later. Take a long, cold look in the mirror. I don't know. Is it better down there? Damn, I think I might have found the sweet spot. Just the right amount of shading. Yeah, on the white light, not the multicolored light. Damn. Okay, so you can see the first headline there. And then let me write in the second headline. That's going to be our fight of the night. Damn. Write that down. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. It's supposed to be 9 o'clock, but I remembered I forgot to do the damn thumbnail. You know, the Raphael's laid back. I was described as militant and laid back at the same time, and I think that's fitting. He's militant and laid back at the same time. That was some feedback I got from, wherever. It's good feedback, though. I appreciated it. So there you have the two headlines. And, of course, you know, it's intelligent boxing chat over here, mature and intelligent boxing chat for all people who like mature and intelligent boxing chat. But, you know, there's always going to be a little bit of drama when it comes to the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. There's always somebody. It's always someone or something. Okay. Everybody's coming up in here now. Down with the shits. Okay, so let me see how many minutes are we in deep. EJ Boxing in the building. John Daly in the building. The fight doctor himself. Okay, we're gonna get to hold on. I see a good evening to John there. I don't see no good evening to me. Maybe I missed it. Let's have a look. No good evening to Rafi. No good evening to the host. That's okay. Where we at now? What's the first thing we're doing? Okay, if you just tuned in, we're gonna go straight to the warm-in video. But we got EJ Boxing in the building, and we got the fight doctor in the building. Of course, the co-host with me today is John D. Lee. But first things first, to allow the area to fully populate, and let's get this clear. Our topics are what you see on the screen there. We're starting on. No, that's the second thing. Evander Holyfield versus Dwight Muhammad Kwai 2. That's the fight review. But first things first, before we go to that fight, we're going to be talking about Deontay Wilder career on the line if he don't beat Tyson Fury in the trilogy. And those are the words from Mauricio Sulaiman. Okay, but first things first, and you know how we do over here at the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. Where's that thing? I need to get rid of a lot of these things. Okay, let me do some house cleaning right now. For 30 seconds. Oh, well, we'll keep this one. Because that's appropriate. Anything that, and we keep this one too. But anything that's not appropriate has to go. We'll take a few seconds to get that done before we go straight into the warm-in video. I felt like I'll leave that there. That's appropriate. Get rid of that. House cleaning. Doing some house cleaning. Get rid of that. Woo, woo, woo. We got that. And we got this. But first, get rid of that too. But first we go to, boom, warming video. Okay, so people are populating the area. Let's have a look. Okay, so first things first. Let's line up the warming video. Let's line that up right now. Okay, so boom. Let's get that good volume on that. Okay. All right. Let me close this off. And then let's share the screen. Let me share the screen. Boom. How are we gonna do this? What are we gonna do? We're going for the, yeah, let's go for the tab. Let's go for the Chrome tab. Okay, and then I will be sending out the invitations. So everybody hang tight. Invitations coming in immediately after the warm-in video. Okay, so let's see. Let me look on my tablet, see if I'm seeing what I should be seeing what I'm seeing, what you're seeing. Let's get this shizzle on and popping. On and popping. And remember, today we're looking through the round window. Okay, so let's kill the music. And we are ready to commence.
You know, I had a question that I was going to save till later. In fact,
I'm ready.
Go on, Rick's a savage. Rick's a savage. I'm telling you. I was going to save it till later, but you know what? We're there now, so why don't we go into it? Rick, Glazer, talk to me about haters.
Well, boxing is factions of different people. So in other words, you know, everybody's involved with different people. I have a relationship with the Top Rank organization. I've had a great relationship with Don King organization. I have no relationship at all with PBC, Heyman and PBC. And I have no very, 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 very minute relationship at all with Eddie Hearn and Golden Boy. So everybody's got their little factions, and everybody sticks to those factions. That's just the way boxing is. As far as certain people being haters, the only people I despise in boxing that I hate are two people, and it's well documented: Dan Raphael and Lou DiBella. Other than that, I don't hate Al Heyman. I just don't like the way he conducts his business. I don't like how everything is propaganda that comes out of PBC. I don't like the cherry picking that he allows his fighters to do. He's an obstructionist to great fights, and he's the enabler of bad ones. That's a horrible thing for professional boxing for the fans.
Who is that person you just mentioned?
Al Heyman.
Al Heyman. Damn. So those are, you haven't said anything that people don't feel, but it's good to have the perspective of someone who is in the business. You are clearly in the business. I think throughout the boxing world, we are unhappy. Yeah.
If you want me to lie to people, I'll lie to them. No, you want me to sugarcoat something? I'd rather come with the truth. That's me.
No, we just want it as you give it, raw and unvarnished. One of the most important things was for me to give you a right to reply to what Nestor Gibbs said on the TBV. Anybody who follows you?
You know what? He's one of the LB. What do they call them? LBDC.
LDBC.
Yeah, I mean, please.
Talk on it. Speak on it, Rick. Speak on it.
The truth, anything I say about Wilder, Spence, Heyman, Gervonta Davis, that's the truth. They don't want to hear it. Okay. Well, I predicted that Fury would win the rematch easy, going away. I didn't think he'd knock him out and dominate as bad as he did. Jeez, I mean, that was like really ugly. But I mean, they don't want to hear about reality. Reality is Gervonta Davis is very overrated. He would never beat Devin Haney right now. He would not beat Teofimo Lopez, and he would not be an ever-improving Ryan Garcia. And all I do is hear about how great he is. If he's so great, fight people. Don't fight dead 40-year-old bodies with bad legs. Come on, guys. I mean, let's fight real fighters. Okay, Al Heyman has proven what he is. He's an obstructionist to great fights. He's an enabler of cherry picking, of bad ones, of bad fights. And this is just another product of Al Heyman, propaganda of the highest degree. And that's what they are. They're not in reality. If you matched up top guys in the same weight classes as Heyman's, the top guys, fighter for fighter, Heyman's fighters would get blitzed. Career record, Al Heyman fighters against Bob Arum fighters. 2-14. 2 wins for Heyman, 14 for him. And that includes an 8-round fight that was on the show the other day with two prospects. But all the serious fights, world title fights, including Fury versus Wilder, including Loma versus Gary Russell. Tyson, there's not even a comparison to two organizations. Heyman's organization, they don't even own a gym. Okay? Top Rank's got a gym right in Vegas. You can say the Mayweather gym is a PBC gym, but there's nothing PBC about it. It's all about Floyd's fighters. Okay, so guys, I deal in reality. Okay, I don't deal in fantasy, and the LDBC guys deal in complete fantasy. Complete. When I read comments like Hagler Jamel Charlo, the 1-6, that he would have beat Hagler. That's all you need to know. Stop, please. That's a joke.
Yeah.
And they're all chumming, he would have knocked Hagler out. He would have done this to Hagler. Please go there.
Utter, complete and utter.
Right. Exactly. So, I mean, they to pump up their current stars of PBC, they deframe all-time greats. They say Duran was a brawler, and that Floyd would have beat him. First of all, the Duran of one night in his life at 147, when he beat Leonard the first time, would have beaten any welterweight of all time that night. Okay? As a lightweight, every single historian and boxing guy says that Duran was the greatest lightweight of all time, followed closely by Benny Leonard. Okay, well, Floyd at 135 pounds, he got a gift decision against Jose Luis Castillo the first time, who was an overachieving club fighter. Solid guy, don't get me wrong, but he had nothing special about him. And a journeyman Dominican fighter named Victoriano Sosa actually got awarded 4 rounds and he did legitimately win 4 rounds. Many people thought he won 5 rounds against Floyd when he was a lightweight. So Floyd was not a great lightweight. People got to get this out of their head. Okay, just like Arturo Gatti, you get this trick question. You get this question all the time, and this is a great question. Who would have won between Paul Spadafore and Gatti at 135? Well, here's my answer, real quick. It doesn't matter what weight class Spadafore fought Gatti. He would have played with Gatti, style-wise, ability-wise, height, reach, everything. But Gatti never won one single fight as a lightweight. He was 0-3. He lost twice to Ivan Robinson, once to Angel Manfredi, and then he moved up to 140. He never won a singular fight as a lightweight. Okay, so that people are too much of a revisionist of history. I deal in facts, I deal in complete reality, and that's what makes me the person that I am. Forget about my knowledge of the business, forget about my knowledge of the sport. I come with the truth every time something moves out of my mouth. Okay, except the knife and fork. Okay, fact of life. Okay, and that's what I deal with. And I hear all these crazy things that Floyd would have beaten Ray Leonard, Floyd would have beaten Tommy Hearns. These are at 147. Not a prayer. A prayer. And they deframe all-time great other African Americans to pump up their agenda of today. I call them unpaid PBC hacks, or AKA Haymanites. That's in the worship of Al Heyman. Okay, and whoever Al Heyman has, that's who they're behind. Okay, there's no way that Tank Davis beats the other 3 young guns in the division, and ever proven Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, and Devin Haney. People got to get out of their fantasy. Now, why aren't they on why if Haney was with Heyman instead of being with, quote, a white man, okay, Eddie Hearn, he'd be, oh man, him and Tank would be sensational. But no, okay, it's, Tank would kill him. Come on, they got to stop, man. They got, just like, why is everybody, most African Americans over here, okay, well, that's why they're here, they're African Americans, but African Americans over here are over expense because they're with Al Heyman. Crawford, they're anti-Crawford. Why? He's with the white man. No, I don't go with him. It's actually different. That's retarded. Okay, that is for lame thinkers. I'm not a lame thinker. People don't pay me exorbitant fees to be a lame thinker. Trust me. Mm-hmm. Continue, Rafi.
Pure facts. This is the realest thing on the internet. I'm sorry, I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying it's the realest thing on the interwebs right now. I only played a small part. I'm playing. I'm just.
Rafi, you play a big part. Trust me, because if I didn't like you, I didn't think you were a cool guy, I wouldn't be here right now. So as cool guy as you are and likable, I'm here for you.
Damn.
Boom. I should end videos like that more often. That was clean. Okay. Let me stop sharing. Something's missing. Where's my headphones? Where's the cans? Okay. Let's get out of that and get into this. Where are we at? Okay. Right. Links. Let me send out the links. Stop sharing. Okay. Let's shed some light on this matter. OMG. Link is in the chat. Warming video is now over. It's now over. And as you know, I'm sure you all read the title. We're looking at Friday night, so it's historical night. It's historical night over here. Fight Doctor already in the building. EJ, John Daly, step on in. We got boxing talk and classic fights review with Rafi and guest. Should have put Rafi and John. John Daly up in the building. We're just waiting for EJ now. Uno momento. Okay. So where are we? Boom, boom, boom. Then there was 2. Damn. And then there was 3. Damn. Where's EJ? Where is EJ boxing? John Daly, how do you do? Who's got the blank? Fight Doctor, is that you with the blank?
That would be me with the blank.
Hey, how are you, Fight Doctor?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Do me a favor, Fight Doctor. Put a picture in your thing there. You can do it, yeah? You can put a picture in your
Yeah, give me a minute to figure it out, but I'll make some provision.
What you do is you come out. You come out. You got the background noise again. So I'm going to mute you. So what you do is you just come out, and then when you come back in, it will give you the option to put a picture in. Yeah. So if you drop out, and then come back in, then it will give you, when you come back in, it'll give you the option to put the picture in, or you could do the picture in right now. I'm not sure, but okay, the Fight Doctor is dropped out, but he's coming back in. John D. Lee, how do you do?
Good, thanks, Raphael. How you doing?
I'm doing good, my man. I'm doing good. I forgot that I hadn't written this thing up, so I had to take about half an hour to write it up, get the picture in, edit the picture, to get things sweet. So that's why we're a little bit later than anticipated. But I should write this in. We are joined by the Fight Doctor. And you will recall the Fight Doctor is a fellow that I had the debate with the other day. Then we had the after show the next day. And then I think other people doing after shows of, analysis of the events over here at Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. So, I had to come back the next day and top it off. I had to top it off. I had to put the topping on it. Okay, so where are we? Boom, joined by the Fight Doctor. Okay, John Daly, you're good. You're in good shape. What's going down? What's going down over there in Harborne?
Just a nice sunny day, really.
Beautiful.
Chilling. Bit of training.
Yeah.
Standard Corona day.
Standard day in the Corona lockdown. All we can do is make sure we get a bit of exercise. But I don't know. It's kind of a blessing, really. It's kind of a blessing. The weather has been impeccable. Absolutely sunny. Pretty much almost every damn day. Let me scroll down. Why am I not scrolling down? Only let me scroll down. Scroll down. I want to go down. New comments. It says new comments. So I only scroll down. Damn it. Okay, it's good now. Boom, boom, boom. The Fight Doctor has his picture, and for future reference, people, everybody who comes on the show, please have a picture in your avatar. The empty avatars don't look good. You don't know who you're talking to. It's not good for the viewers, but the Fight Doctor has rectified that matter very nicely. So the Fight Doctor is up in here, and he's joining us. How long are you joining us for? Are you joining us just for the first part, or are you going to stick around for the fight as well, Fight Doctor? How you doing?
I'm around for as long as you have me, so however long.
Damn. Okay. Different parts of the pond. He's on one side, we're on the other side. Different points of view, which we're going to chop up now when we talk about the Deontay Wilder situation with Mauricio Sulaiman. We're going to do that. But still, we can coexist. Damn. We can coexist and we can chop it up, because that's what boxing talk is for, is to chop it up. So first things first, I'm going to go through. It's a two-parter. Anybody who don't know, it's a two-parter. Joined by the Fight Doctor, indeed. Two-parter. The first part, we're looking at the recent comments. Well, very recent, just happened. last night, by Mauricio Sulaiman. Had some very, very strong words to say. About the Deontay Wilder situation. And but first things first, we're going to get into this. We're going to we're going to go through the roll call, and then we're going to get straight into Mauricio Sulaiman's comments. But first things first, I have to say hello to all the good people who've come over here to join us collectively as a collective. Okay, so let's do this roll call and then get into the article. Okay, EJ Boxing is up in the building. Why can't I see myself? Let me give myself a little. There we go. That's better. Official scorecard boxing science is up in the building. The lovely Monique Thompson, fellow Brummie, Birmingham, England, second city, heart of the country, is in the building. Of course, John Daly. And we have the red-gloved militant up in the building. Yeah. Who else? Who else we got? BH. Obey Rafi's commands. Protect yourself at all times. Only touch your own gloves. For now, let's get it on. Let's go. And we have our friend. I call him Squiggly. I hope you don't mind me calling you Squiggly. Squiggly up in the building. How you doing, Squiggly? Vizo up in the building. Johnny Blaze 33 up in the building. Samuel Jean live from Las Vegas up in the building. Okay. And of course, Fuzzy. Name. How could I miss Fuzzy? He's right here up in the building. Okay. So we have a nice ensemble on the panel. It's the like, it's the subscribe. Of course, hit that like, people. Hit that like. Make sure the visibility is strong. Okay. So without further delay, we're gonna go straight into the story. I just remembered something. Hold on. What's all these things here? Let me just straighten this out before we. Where's the link? Where's the damn link to? Oh, there it is. Straighten this out before we. Boom. Sound check is sweet. Let me copy this thing here. I'll be with you in a couple of seconds, but there's certain things we have to do. Certain thing I do. Paste that. Boom. Move that along. Copy that. Paste that. Okay. Copy. And I gotta spread the good word. Pass it around. And then we're ready to go. What the hell? There's a lot of these things popping up now. A lot of these little private chats popping up now. Send out a few messages. Damn. I heard another pop. This thing's popping for a Friday. Friday is normally a bit quieter, but it seems to be popping. Okay, that's right. Is that it? Okay. Spread it all around without much further delay. Michael, it's 2-on-2, John. It's leveled up. It's 2-on-2. Michael J. White, how do you do? Michael, don't get shy on me now. Don't get shy, Michael. Okay. Michael's quiet. Well, John, can you speak to me? Make sure there's nothing wrong on my end.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. Fight Doctor, speak to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Michael J. White, speak to me. Mm-hmm.
Guys, Michael J. White, can you hear me?
I can hear. Oh, bloody hell, he's an Englishman. We've got an Englishman in the house. How you doing, Mr. Englishman? How are you?
Not bad, but it's repeating on my TV, so I need to just sort the settings out a sec.
Now, all you need to do is turn the TV down because you can listen. You got headphones in, yeah? Okay. All right. So, without further ado, close that. Without further ado, we're going into who's this? Who's that in the private comment section? Having troubles with the mic. Bear with me. Okay, no problem. We're going straight to the article, and I know that you, Michael J. White, and the Fight Doctor, you can have some things to say about this, because I know you both kind of see eye to eye, whether you both know each other or not. I spoke to both of you. I know you're on the same page. Okay, so without much further ado, everything is in order. Let us. Who the hell is this? What's going on? Somebody else? Damn. Who's this? Why don't I scroll down? Why can't I scroll down? There's somebody else who I can't see. Sorry, H Money. I don't know. I can't. What? You want 1 second? I can give you 1 second, H Money. H Money, you're a crazy guy, bro. So I can't really entertain you. But what you got to say? Because I know you're gonna go crazy and spaz out.
No, I'm good, Raphael. You know, me and you, we've been talking. We had a good talk. You know,
but you always go back on your word. That's why I can't trust you.
I just want to say shout out to Raphael Dawkins, man, doing a hell of a job. Make sure everybody hits the like button, subscribe to the channel, and Raphael, you know, I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Me and you, we've been talking. I try to show you the improvements in my game, but I just want to say, you know, if you don't allow me to be on the panel, I respect it. You know, but if you could
stick around, but don't go crazy.
I won't, sir. You know,
stick around, but the first sign of craziness, my friend, and you are out.
You gotta go.
You gotta go. Okay, put your emblem on. Put your emblem on.
What's that?
Put your emblem on for the time being while I'm doing the video. While I'm doing the
take my camera off.
Yeah. For the time being, until you come back and you're talking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's got EJ's emblem. It's madness. It's madness up in here. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. It's taking a long time for us to get to this point, but there's certain things I have to do. So let's get straight into it. And let me mute yourself. Mute yourself. I think it's H Money. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's get into it. Damn, it's been a long build-up, but sure it's going to be worth it. Let me share my screen. Boom. Where are we? Chrome. Let's go with the Chrome. Let's go with. Oh, let's stop that for a second. Let me kill my camera. And let's go for share again. Share. Boom. 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 Okay. Take a few seconds. I know you should be seeing. Am I sharing? Yes. Okay. So let's get into the story. Deontay Wilder's career is on the line in the Tyson Fury trilogy. WBC Presidente. El Presidente say so. Mauricio Sulaiman. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so Deontay Wilder is facing the end of his career if the American loses to Tyson Fury for a second time. According to the World Boxing Council President, El Presidente Mauricio Sulaiman. Sulaiman made the statement during a recent interview with the Black Eye Barbershop. Black Eye Barbershop, who is that? Who's that? Black Eye Barbershop. Have I got to open a barbershop to get Mauricio Sulaiman up in here? Mauricio, stop ducking me. Joke. Okay. So, where are we? Yeah. Wilder was badly beaten in 7 rounds. Damn. Badly beaten in 7 rounds by Fury in a high-profile pay-per-view rematch in Las Vegas, February 22nd. We all know that the 34-year-old admitted himself he wasn't feeling himself and had mayhem going on around him for the last 15 minutes. Mayhem for the last 15 minutes until the ring walk at the MGM Grand. Okay, so addressing a question by co-host Richard Parkson regarding whether Wilder can benefit from a long delay in the third bout with Fury. The Mexican Mauricio Sulaiman, El Presidente, was as open and as honest, he says, as ever. I don't know. I don't know him like that. Okay, so Mauricio responded, July the 18th was a little too soon. For Wilder to go back to camp after being knocked out the way he was. Knocked out. Where are we? Go back and recover mentally and physically from such a, to be undefeated, 5 years, world champion, and then boom. It's a very difficult task. It's a very difficult task to mentally recover. Plus the physicality of the situation. But I think this delay is going to help Wilder, in my opinion. Asked by co-host Johnny Nelson how the Bronze Bomber has handled the defeat, Sulaiman replied, he is very well. He's a warrior. He's a monster. And he's got tremendous motivation. You have to understand what a fighter goes through in life before they go through the glory days. Every fighter is a story for a movie. Okay, how much a little more of this is? Okay, just a paragraph and a half, or maybe two. Okay, what Wilder went through with his daughter. There were so many days when he didn't know if he was going to be able to provide medicine and food for her. He had lost his mother and seen his father crying. I didn't know his mother was dead. I didn't know that. All these things are very powerful, and that creates a very strong character. Very strong character. Where are we? Very strong character for any boxer. Wilder, in particular, is very proud. He lost, and he knows he lost to Fury, but he knows he has everything to win, nothing more to lose. If he loses again, it's okay because he's already lost. All he has to do is go and make it a win. Otherwise, his career is over. Damn. Let me read that last statement again. If he loses again, it's okay because he's already lost. All he has to do is go and make it a win. Otherwise, his career is over. Damn. Okay, so that was the story. That was Mauricio Sulaiman. Let's stop sharing. Okay, so we're ready. Everybody's ready. Where do I start with this? Maybe I should go first. Okay, yes. I think I'll go first on this. So it's damning, it's surprising, it's shocking, it's a big surprise. But a lot of people were out there and they were saying Mauricio looked, because I notice things. A lot of people were out there and they were saying that Mauricio looked sad. But the funny thing is, he didn't look sad to me. I was watching the fight and I paid a special attention to how Mauricio Sulaiman was going to respond, because a lot of people have said, what's going on? A lot of people have said, Mauricio, shed some light on the matter. A lot of people were saying that Mauricio Sulaiman was sad, but I never saw that. What I saw was a Mauricio Sulaiman after the Fury fight who looked surprisingly mellow. I specifically remember Mauricio Sulaiman looking decidedly mellow, and it was kind of shocking because the common perception is that Mauricio and Deontay, along with Al Heyman, they're kind of tight. It's like a tight setup. But it didn't look that way to me. Mauricio Sulaiman, to me, looked like he was super cool. Not just a little cool, but super cool about having a new WBC champ. He didn't look disturbed or perturbed one tiny bit. And first, I'm going straight over to the fight doctor.
So the WBC is probably the shadiest of all the sanctioning organizations. And that speaks a lot. I mean, you talk about dirt, filth, just an open cesspool. That is the WBC.
Damn.
Now, I in no way associate Deontay Wilder with the open cesspool.
Can't hear you, Fight Doctor. Something happened? Something happened, Fight Doctor? Can't hear you, Fight Doctor.
I could take over. You want me to handle it?
No. You came in last.
Okay.
H1. So you're going to be last on the rotation. So, who we going with now? We're going with Michael J. White. Come back to the Fight Doctor when his mic's in order. Michael J. White, your initial thoughts and assessment and observations. Michael J. White. Damn, the Haymanites.
To be honest, I've just come on to prove I'm not the Fight Doctor.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Michael J. Yeah. I believe you. I know you're not the Fight Doctor now. I know. We're two totally different people. You're an Englishman. Your observations on that piece, on the article, Michael J. White. Michael?
100%.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the article, Michael?
No, I think it's spot on. The article's written really dramatic as usual. We have to go into his past, and well, it's written in a really dramatic manner.
Have you finished speaking, Michael?
Right, my mic's playing up, guys, and we have to sort of reset this because I can hear myself re-talking through my mic. Be right back. It's
through the mic. Hey, hold on.
It's not doable.
What you need to do, my friend, I'll just tell you some basics first, just in case you're making a basic fundamental error. So if you close down your sound, you should only be listening
through
to
the headset.
Yeah, you should only be listening to this on StreamYard. So if you got YouTube on already, kill that or mute that. Mute the YouTube, and then the only sound should be coming from StreamYard itself. So if you mute the sound on the YouTube, and then we're going to come back to you. But we're going over to John. Sorry? We're going back over to John D. Lee. John D. Lee, your observation.
I can't hear nothing.
You can't hear nothing? Okay, so mute yourself and get back to me when you're ready, Michael J. White. Right about now, we're heading over to John D. Lee for his thoughts and observations about the piece, about the article. John D. Lee.
Well, I think it's a bit of a sensationalist title.
Okay.
What Sulaiman is saying isn't anywhere near as damning as Deontay, as a title would have you to believe.
Mm-hmm.
He's a champion that's lost. He's going to get the opportunity to redeem himself. If he beats Fury, then, you know, he proves everybody wrong. So he's going to get that opportunity. Is he totally finished if he loses to Fury? I think it would be a very long, hard road back. And it would really come down to how much he really wants it, because he's getting into his middle 30s now.
Yeah.
But the other thing that Mauricio says, having the extra time, I think can only benefit him if he uses it wisely.
Yes.
So I definitely agree with that.
His arm's busted, though, isn't it? His arm's busted. There's not much you can do. Maybe go jogging.
Well, I mean, you can have. He's had an operation.
Yeah.
These days, they can do very fine operations.
That's true. Keyhole.
Quick. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how severe the tear was. So we don't know enough about it to say that.
Mm-hmm.
It's his left arm, which is the arm I think he does need to do some work with. But he can do footwork drills, which is also something that I think would be advisable.
Footwork? Deontay Wilder and footwork?
Well,
surely you jest.
I don't understand how you can be a boxer and you don't have a jab and good footwork. Those are the things you should learn first.
Uh-oh.
Everything else comes afterwards.
Uh-oh.
But if he wins,
yeah,
and he knocks Fury out, then he's back to square one, isn't he? He's back as a champion. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yes. So we're gonna go to, before we go to H Money, we're gonna go back to the fight doctor.
Sorry about that, gentlemen. I'm over here having some technical difficulties. I don't know where I left off, but I'll just make it short.
We're talking about the WBC being the most corrupt organization out there.
Yeah, so the WBC and corruption are synonymous. When you look up corruption in the dictionary, you see Mauricio Sulaiman sitting there with a ham sandwich, holding a ham sandwich. So is what he said, does it have some merit? Yeah, a little. It depends on how the scenario plays out. If Wilder loses again to Fury, and if Fury goes on to lose to Joshua, then I think if Wilder can come back after the Fury loss and beat somebody, then maybe there's a demand for a fight between Wilder and Joshua. So I don't know, but if Fury beats Wilder and then turns around and beats Joshua, then yeah, maybe nobody would care to see a Wilder Fury fight a fourth time. And certainly there'll probably be no demand for a Wilder and Joshua fight. So yeah, I could see a scenario playing out where if Wilder loses the third fight, then yeah, his career would essentially be over.
Damn.
I'd still like to see AJ versus Wilder because I think Wilder knocks AJ out. Have we gone to
AJ? Have we skipped over the fight at hand and gone over to AJ?
I'm testing my mic, to be honest with you, seeing if it's working. Yeah, it's back to normal now, guys. So
back to normal. Okay, normal service has been resumed over there. Okay. So before we go to H Money, Michael J. White, speak your piece, my friend. Speak your piece on the piece.
The article.
Yeah.
Pretty much like John said, it's written in a really dramatic way. Would Wilder's career be over if he lost to Fury? In his own head, he's quite a prideful man, so he probably would see that as he's always said one face, one name, and if he loses to Fury again, he's not the best of his generation in his own mind, so he may as well just retire from then onwards. But however, like he just said, if Fury loses to Joshua, and then there's a fight there with Wilder and Joshua, and Wilder could fight Joshua and still, potentially become undisputed. However, Fury, it's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one. What do you think's going to happen in that fight? With
AJ and Wilder?
No. With Wilder and Fury.
Same thing happens again. Unless Wilder's just got that straight right, and that's it.
Wilder's got the straight right, but you don't think the straight right's going to land?
Well, it landed twice in the first round in the last fight, and Fury sort of walked through it. So, we'll have to see, won't we? But I think Fury's got his number now.
Fury's got his number now. Okay, and so H Money is on the panel. He came in sneakily. He came in under EJ Boxing's emblem, sneakily, but he's promised me to behave himself like a gentleman. You know how it's got to be over here, my friend. You know how it's got to be. And the first sign of you acting out, wilding out, you know the eject button. You know, I'm sitting in the Aston Martin seat. If I reach down for the gear and I flip the lid, then the ejection button is right there, my friend.
Absolutely, man.
You promise to conduct yourself as a gentleman.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, man. Thanks for the opportunity, Rafi. It's good to be back home, you know, where I first started. Where I first started my YouTube career, man. And it's definitely, man, it's a pleasure. Just speaking on this article, and I'm really disappointed in the WBC and Mauricio Sulaiman. You know, after only one loss, Rafi, now they trying to throw this man under the bus. We've seen in the past Lennox Lewis get knocked out by Oliver McCall, and he came back and got his belts back, you know, and he avenged every defeat that he took. The same thing with Anthony Joshua when he just lost to Andy Ruiz. He got knocked out. Everybody said he was finished, and Anthony Joshua came back and he dominated the fight. So just because a fighter took one loss, it doesn't mean that their career is over. I think that's blasphemous. There's a lot of fanboys out there who celebrating that Wilder loss. You know, it's unfortunate, Rafi. I think Wilder is still a great fighter. He still has the tremendous right hand. You know what I mean? All it takes is one, Rafi. You know, it only takes one, and it can be good night. So if Wilder lands that right hand on anybody, it's going to be a good night. It's going to be, the fight is going to be over. And he still is the best puncher in the sport of boxing. He still is the most dangerous man. We seen Muhammad Ali take a loss, and he came right back, and he avenged his defeat against Leon Spinks. You know, so I feel like Deontay Wilder, he will come back in his he will come back and beat Tyson Fury. Not only will he beat him, he'll knock him out. He will knock out Fury. People will tend to forget that Tyson Fury was a well-known steroid user. We forget to mention that Tyson Fury paid off a farmer $25,000 to hide a failed drug test. Also, with his drug use, as far as cocaine usage, it's unfortunate. You know, he's using drugs as well, and then with his tampered gloves, you know, not just to point out specifically, his sparring partner came to the forefront months before this Wilder rematch, and his sparring partner came out and exposed him on EJ Boxing's channel. EJ interviewed him, and he's been known for tampering with gloves even before that Wilder fight. So the guy has, you know, controversy written all over him. I don't believe that he's a clean-cut champion like Anthony Joshua. You know, I don't think he's the #1 heavyweight in the world either. I have Anthony Joshua as my #1 heavyweight in the world. He has beaten way more world champions. He faced Dylan White, who was undefeated at the time, knocked out Dylan White. Anthony Joshua beat Andy Ruiz. He knocked out Alexander Povetkin, Olympic gold medalist, former WBA world champion. Anthony Joshua knocked out Vladimir Klitschko, destroyed him. Joshua beat Joseph Parker, and he beat Charles Martin. So the resume is clearly Joshua is the best heavyweight. He has 4 of the belts, while Tyson Fury only has 1. So Joshua, and also he generates the most revenue. He is the cash cow in the sport, clocking in $85 million in his last fight, breaking the record on Sky Sports pay-per-view. So Fury right now, I feel like if Deontay Wilder committed those same crimes using steroids, paying off farmers to hide a drug test, tampering with gloves, using cocaine, if Wilder did these things, they will crucify him. Instead, Tyson Fury, he celebrated. So it's clearly still racism in the sport, and I'm highly disappointed in the WBC, Rafi.
Has anything of that been proven as fact?
Has what been proven as fact?
Everything you just said about Tyson Fury, the
Nandrolo abuse has.
Carry on, John.
Yeah, the Nandrolo. I know the Nandrolo.
Yeah, well,
has,
that was
2016.
one of the things he included.
But the rest, the
glove
things.
Aspect.
Hold on, Michael. One speaker at a time. John's responding to you, Stan.
Yeah, sure.
The best explanation that I've seen of what happened in the first fight with Tyson's gloves is the fact that he was using horsehair gloves, which don't react in the same way as foam padded gloves.
Yep.
The main things that he's been accused of doing with the gloves, in my opinion, would be a detriment to the fighter, not a benefit. So Glovegate is, in my opinion, fabrication and a load of nonsense.
It's a fabrication. Glovegate is a fabrication. But we're talking about before Glovegate, though. Michael Asprey came out before Glovegate sometime before Glovegate and said there was an issue with Tyson Fury.
Yeah, he said that he'd used old gloves that the padding had been removed from.
Yeah.
I don't know, because a few people have come out and said various different things. So does Tyson use old gloves in training? Does he tamper with his gloves in training? John McDermott's also come out and said a few things as well.
Yeah.
John McDermott's done it as well.
Yeah, but
whether he's done all of those things, I personally don't think it's had any effect on his fights with Wilder.
Can I speak for a sec, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, John McDermott could be bitter, though, because really in that first fight, he should have beat Fury, to be honest with you. Wilder being the guy he is, if there was something wrong with those gloves, why wouldn't he have brought it out himself by now? If he's saying things about his costume and his ring walk and all that, why wouldn't he say something about the gloves himself? Why are his fans only saying that? Wilder would be the first person to jump on Glovegate if it was true. 100%.
Well, I don't think Glovegate's true. I don't think.
Neither do I.
Yeah, I don't think Glovegate's true, but I am concerned about the what was the guy, Michael Asprey or something Asprey, when he talked about the gloves Tyson using the wrong kind of gloves in sparring. I'm a bit concerned about that.
Yeah, well, is it John? John just said he used horsehair, and on Hatman's channel, he showed us how horsehair works and the flick jab, same as what Muhammad Ali used to use. So he has the weird way of like punching a normal jab rather than using the crunk style jab. He used to use the flick jab, basically going down from the hip, to the face with a nice straightforward jab. So, but the other thing I've got an issue with is the farmer guy coming out with the meat 3 or 4 years later.
Yeah.
Why is he randomly just coming out with that? That might be true. You never know. But is there any proof on that? Because I go with innocent until proven guilty as far as I'm concerned.
So are you disputing the nandrolone abuse?
No, I think you were on nandrolone.
Okay. You think he was on nandrolone?
Yeah, I reckon so. I reckon that's what that
started. So it doesn't really matter what the farmer says then, does it? Because the whole case that the Furies used with the boar meat was to use it as an explanation for the nandrolone. Yeah, so if you think he was guilty, then it doesn't really matter what the farm says.
Do you not think he was guilty?
I think he was. Well, yeah, he didn't argue against it.
Yep.
He accepted his ban. The only thing I would say is he served his time. So if he doesn't fail another test, he doesn't fail another test.
The fight doctor. Let the fight doctor in.
So listen, the whole Glovegate deal, that's nonsense. Okay. Now look, if the people who are making these accusations against Tyson Fury regarding the gloves, if the fight had happened, anywhere but Vegas. I mean, look, there's certain commissions in the United States where that type of nonsense ain't going on. New York, Las Vegas, Nevada. Look, those commissions, they're not having it. Okay, they're just not having it. So, yeah, that's just look. All these people making this noise about Glovegate are essentially butthurt Wilder fans who need to come to terms with reality, which is this. The ass whooping that Tyson Fury put on Deontay Wilder had nothing to do with PEDs. It had nothing to do with any damn gloves. It had nothing to do with any extraordinary shit. Nothing extraordinary except for Tyson Fury's skill and determination, and that's it. That's it. He just handed the man an old-fashioned ass whooping. There was nothing, there was nothing illegal about it. Period. Okay, that's my take. All that talk really needs to be silenced. The man got his ass whooped. And, look, making all these excuses is really silly, in my view. Okay? Given the circumstances, look, there's just no way Las Vegas, the Las Vegas, the Nevada State Athletic Commission, top notch. Now, say what you will about what is going on with them in the past, but as of right now, that type of shit is just not happening. It's just I don't see it.
H Money.
First of all, I just want to say, bro, what you mean that is silly? When Tyson Fury's been using steroids, he's been tampering with his gloves. His sparring partner came out and said it. We seen Floyd Mayweather versus Marcos Maidana. Floyd Mayweather went in the back and he demanded that they change the gloves or there weren't going to be a fight. And Maidana was forced to change his gloves. We seen this happen, and that was in Las Vegas. Since you want to mention Vegas. Okay. So let's speak of what I'm speaking. I didn't cut you off when I was speaking, bro. One at a time, bro. I didn't cut you off. Have some respect. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is Tyson Fury is a well-known cheater. He's been getting caught. He's paid off farmers. Okay. He always had this cloud against him. If he's such a great champion, why is there so many allegations so many times that he broke the rules of the sport? Okay, I never heard Muhammad Ali doing this. I never heard Mike Tyson, great world champions in the sport, Lennox Lewis breaking the rules of the sport. Okay, why is Tyson Fury always in some type of allegations? If he's cheating, why is it, bro? If he's such a great fighter, okay, that's not right. Okay, and his best friend Billy Joe Saunders, same thing with him getting caught using banned substances. Okay. You acting like I'm making this up, like he hasn't tested positive back in 2015. When he was stripped for his belts. Let's just be real about this situation. Stop being a fangirl of Fury all of a sudden.
Who are you talking to, H Money?
I'm talking to the guy who was just talking.
Who was that? Jay White? Michael Jay White?
I think he was addressing me.
Yeah,
so
I'm addressing you.
So can I respond? Can I reply?
Of course.
All right, so listen. First and foremost, the whole sport is dirty. In fact, I go beyond that and say all of sports is dirty. Baseball, basketball, football, they're all juicing.
Of course they are.
That's just the reality of the matter, okay? They're all juicing. So to sit here and pretend as if Tyson Fury is somehow unique in that respect is ridiculous. That's just not paying attention to what is clearly and painfully obvious. They're all on the shit. Canelo Alvarez.
How you gonna say they're all on the shit? How you gonna say when he got caught? We got paperwork.
Pardon me, sir. Pardon me, sir. I did not interrupt you.
One at a time, H Money.
They're all dirty. They're all dirty, okay? Listen, they have special nutritionists, and I use that word loosely, nutritionists, who are really just like highly paid, highly skilled drug street pharmacists. That's what they really are, because they keep them on drugs and they keep them on these drugs, and they're always half a step ahead of the testing facilities. Okay, every now and then they get caught on some shit, like, for instance, Canelo Alvarez with the whole clenbuterol business. Okay, and listen, it might have been true that he got caught because he ate some tainted meat, but the question is, why were you eating tainted meat in the first place? Okay, it's no secret that.
Just another thing as well, while his mic's playing up, why would Fury use nandrolone when it's got an 18-month half-life? Why wouldn't he use something like testpropionate or something like that, where it's got a 3-day half-life?
Fury ain't no drug expert though.
Yeah, no, but this guy, the boxing, what's his name? He's got a good point there. You know, why would somebody inject something that is basically near an 18-month half-life to get out of your system? Maybe the meat was tainted. And in fairness, looking at Anthony Joshua, do you guys think that body's, never had a steroid in it, never had any HGH in it? He's got a HGH bloat in his stomach. He could, the fight doctor says, everybody's on it these days. The reason why the 70s fighters are so much smaller is because there wasn't as many PEDs around then. Then all of a sudden in the 90s, we started getting these big juiced up heavyweights, like even Evander Holyfield suddenly went, 2-3 stone bigger out of nowhere. So, but there's no evidence on Evander ever cheating. But we can see with our own eyes that these guys have been on something. Putting 40 pounds on in 2 months isn't really realistic.
Who put 40 pounds on in 2 months?
I think it was Evander. I'd have to find it though.
Yeah, I don't think he was
But
40 pounds in 2 months.
Michael, how much do you know about fat-free mass index?
Fat-free mass index.
Yeah.
Go on, not a lot. Tell me.
Okay, so fat-free mass index is an index of how much lean muscle mass you can carry, and it charts a point at which point it is possible that it's from steroids up to it's definitely from steroids, and that point is 25 on the scale. You can go and check people's stats out on fat-free mass indexes. Now, Evander, as a heavyweight, is pushing that limit quite badly. AJ isn't really pushing that limit particularly. Tyson isn't either, to be fair. So I don't know why Tyson chose to take Nandrolone. However, I've said this on the show before. I know someone. He's a former professional boxer. He's PT now in Manchester, who sparred Fury when they were kids for quite a long time. And he told me a week before he got popped that he thought he was going to get popped next. Sorry,
John, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm going to have to stop you right here. Remember your word. Okay, let me deal with this. Right. So, Jedi. I mean, sorry, not Jedi. Sorry, you're fine. Fuzzy. You. What are you saying? Boxing Jedi, I'm always on your channel. I can't believe what Rafi just said. Okay, I'll go back previous. You see, this is what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid this bull-ish. What's your previous statement? What is your... Raf, I can't believe you won't let... Because you have whole money on. Can't believe you just said this. Fuzzy, you see, you're down with the drama, mate. You're being dramatic. I'm just trying to run a calm show. So please, Fuzzy, you know, I mean, okay, I'm gonna leave it there. You heard what I said. I'm gonna leave it there, and I'll listen to what you say in the future comments. But John, sorry, trying to run a show here, Fuzzy. John, please continue.
Yeah,
I can't even join in because I'm monitoring the damn chat. I can't even join in, but carry on. Sorry.
So, I mean, I don't know how reliable his information was, but he'd said it to me in the gym before he popped. So I don't know if he knew something or if he was just suspicious because he's been around them growing up and he knows the family or what. Some people get bad advice around steroids. I mean, look at what Big Baby Miller took. I mean, it was some of the stuff that's the easiest to test for out of anything that you could take. So that boggles my mind why he was on all the gear that he was on, because you're just gonna get caught because it's such old stuff. That's right. As for the 70s, steroid abuse was around in the 70s and testing wasn't. So I think in the 70s, boxers didn't think all the mass would help them. And I do actually think they've got a point, because frame-wise, a lot of them are very similar to the current days boxers, but mass-wise, they're usually about 20 to 30 pound lighter.
Does anybody know what exact drugs Baby Miller was on? I know one of them was EPO, which is a short half-life.
HGH was another
short
one.
half-life.
Yeah, and then
short
that
half-life.
weird one that's very... what is it? It's a really dangerous one. The other one.
So some of them are just peptides or HGH mostly. So in the 70s with peptides, and I think HGH was around with Arnold, but you know, these days PEDs have evolved. We have peptides now where you can make your own HGH in your body, and they have a half-life of 20 hours.
But then you get into where you draw the line. One of the most proven performance-enhancing substances is caffeine.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is there's ways of avoiding being
also,
caught.
you could take legal supplements that have good results. So where do you draw the line? And then there's new stuff that's being developed that isn't doesn't have a classification.
I'm not pro steroid. I'm just
No, I
saying
don't think you are.
that there is, ways of cheating that quite easy. Whereas nandrolone is the worst steroid to take to try and get away with. I think Fury's had severely bad advice with an 18-month half-life, or just the meat maybe was tainted. And if Fury's a steroid user, he's the worst looking steroid user I've ever seen.
I'm going to come in there. And then fight doctor after me. Okay, so Fury has never looked better than he did around that, 2015?
Klitschko.
Sorry?
Klitschko fight, he looked at his best.
Yeah. Well, no, I think he looked even better with the Christian Hamer, because that was earlier on in the year. So Christian Hamer was January, February. Klitschko was later on in the year, sometime around September, I believe. And in that year of 2015, maybe like 2014, but 2015, Vladimir, I have to disagree with you, Michael J. White. Fury looked at his best. He looked at his best, some of the best conditions he's ever looked like. And so, yeah. Whether he knew, obviously he's not a steroid expert, he's not a bodybuilder, but clearly he looked at his best in 2015. That's the Christian Hamer fight and the the Vladimir Klitschko fight.
Here's one more thing for you, Rafi. Nandrolone itself, the way it works, it adds bulk to your body and a lot of water weight. It's not a steroid that makes you ripped, it is a steroid to add mass. It's known as a mass builder. Fury was lighter in the Klitschko fight. I can't remember, somewhere like 17-10 or 18-4.
Yeah.
He's always been a big guy anyway. For him to take a mass building steroid when he's already naturally a 19.5 stone man doesn't really make sense.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense, but he did it though, didn't he? He admitted to it.
Well, like I say, it's a mass builder. Fury's admitted that, has he? Fury's admitted he took nandrolone.
He accepted the ban.
Right.
So he hasn't point blank said I took nandrolone.
Right. Okay.
He accepted a retrospective 2-year ban for the use of nandrolone.
Right. Okay.
So that's up to you how you interpret that. All I would say.
I thought he tried to blame that mental health.
No.
Right.
If you the case is actually out there, you can read it. It's been made public. Tyson Fury and UCAD came to an agreement where he agreed to accept a 2-year retrospective ban based on the use of nandrolone. So there's like loads of legal jargon on it. He doesn't point blank admit that he used it, but if you go and look on the internet, it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring Fight Doctor. You want to chip in on this?
So,
but before you go in, let me just clarify something right up here in the chat again. Let me clarify again. Listen, my friend, you know who I'm talking to. My friend. FIE. Listen, trust me, I've had lots of people come to me and tell me how to run my channel. Yeah, I've had lots of people come to me and tell me how to run my channel. But believe you me, bro, I know how to run my channel. Yeah, I know how to run my channel. I know what I'm doing, and you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Okay, my friend Fuzzy, I'm talking to you. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. Yeah, in the fullness of time, maybe you'll understand a little bit better. But I understand what I'm doing, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it, bro. Okay, or not. Okay, the Fight Doctor.
So there was an interview, a very interesting interview of Paulie Malignaggi. This is about the time that Canelo Alvarez got popped for clenbuterol. And he was going into the reasons why, guys use the PEDs. And so he basically explained it like this. He was like, okay, look, all the guys in the top 10 for a given division, all those guys are on something, right? Now, if you're a guy on the outside looking in, looking up, at the guys in the top 10. The difference between you and them is that they're using you, you're not. Well, what are you going to do? If you make up in your mind, and maybe there's some merit to this, but if you make up in your mind that in order to become a part of that top 10 club, that you have to assimilate and do what they start doing, and it means a difference of making thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially millions of dollars, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay clean? You know, are you going to stay clean, or are you going to join the club? You know, so, and it's a shame that it has to be that way, but, you know, unfortunately, that sport, you know, in the 21st century.
Just out of curiosity, how many people agree with the fight doctor with what he's saying there? Because I think that's spot on, and it's easy to see with your own eyes. Do you guys think Anthony Joshua's clean, for example?
Well, for starters, when it comes to PEDs, people love to go to the mesomorph body type. Let's talk about the mesomorph body type. The mesomorph body type is prone to gain muscle. The mesomorph body type, I've talked about this before on the show. I got some cousins born from my father's brother. And my father's brother, well, he's got a few brothers, but one of them in particular, he's kind of a short guy. Not overly short, but he's on the shorter end of the scale. He's passed away now, but he was about 5'5". So anyway, to me, that's kind of short, but around 5'5". Now, every single one of his sons, he had a family of 11 kids, same wife, 11 kids. And how many boys out of that? I think 6 boys. 6 boys. So no, I'm lying. Out of the six boys, 4 of them were built like sprinters. None of them sprint. Who's clicking? None of them sprint, but they all look. The 4 out of the 6 look like sprinters. They did when we were kids, and many years later, to this day, they look like sprinters. The oldest one has still got a 6-pack, and I think he's well into his 50s now. So if you get one of them guys and say, yeah, one of these guys jumped on the live and it took off his shirt, you go, oh, he looks a bit suspect. But you're not taking into consideration the mesomorph body type. And so the finger gets pointed at the mesomorphs rather than the endomorphs or the ectomorphs. But the reality is, if you watch, I've advocated this time and time again, but if you watch the documentary Icarus, then you will see a cyclist. It's all about doping and cycling, and those guys are thin like a pencil. They don't seem to have any muscle whatsoever. Everybody's got muscle, but anyway, and he was taking micro dosing testosterone, and he still looked thin like a pencil. So we need to get away from this concept that just because someone looks like a mesomorph, like a sprinter, that means that they're more likely to be taking PEDs than an ectomorph or an endomorph. You know, we need to get away from this kind of thinking that the mesomorph is guilty, but the endomorph is not. Who hasn't spoken? Red Glove Militant's all up in here. Red Glove Militant is up in the building. Damn, Red Glove Militant. Damn. Come on in, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
No, it's all good. I mean, my whole thing is I don't even know why the fact that he's cheated in the past. However, VADA did release a statement stating that both him and Wilder passed their VADA tests. And you know, anybody who knows how the Nevada Athletic State Commission does things with the gloves, you know, they handle your gloves. They bring your gloves to you. You don't bring your gloves into the arena. You know, you go to your dressing room or locker room, or whatever you want to call it. They
Yeah.
bring you the gloves. The gloves have already been inspected. You have somebody from VADA, the Nevada State Athletic Commission, and someone from Wilder's team present as Fury was getting his hands wrapped. So I don't even know why that was a talking point that was brought up. If he's been banned in the past for cheating, yes. However, him cheating 5 years ago has no bearing on him beating Deontay Wilder this year. So, I've actually never heard those terms though. The mesomorph and the
ectomorph and endomorph.
Well, it's just a mesomorph is somebody that's prone to lose weight easy and put weight on easy, whereas an endomorph somebody that's prone to put the weight on easy, but potentially they can put fat on easily as well. And an ectomorph is somebody that struggles to put fat or muscle on. But there's loads of mesomorphs out there, and to have a 17, 18 stone natural mesomorph is quite a rare thing, is just what I'm trying to point out. These athletes, that are running 100 meters, they're 14.5 stone mesomorphs, an 18 stone mesomorph, what are the odds of that?
I'm gonna have to look further into that. Y'all giving me some good information on that, but I wanna look a little bit deeper into that. So that's something I'm gonna have to look into, in my spare time.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the it's called stoma. I thought it was called stomatypes. What's it called, John? Is it stomatypes?
Well, I'm not very good on the types, to be honest.
Okay, I'll find it.
Notice of it all because
diet
is the key.
Yeah.
I don't know which category I fall into, but I have a 6-pack and I'm 44. So,
but like I say, you will plateau out at a certain type of muscle mass.
Height and everything else. If you're 6'6", then you can be a 17 stone man and be within what's classed as a natural fat-free mass index. It's perfectly feasible. It's just a matter of scale. Also, if you watch, what is it? Faster, Stronger, Higher, or
Faster, Stronger, Faster. Faster, Stronger.
It's a documentary that's on Netflix about steroid use with 3 brothers, and none of them look good, and 2 of them were steroid users. The one that looks best is quite well known. His name's Smelly.
Yeah, he's the powerlifter.
And the older brother's unfortunately dead now. He was a steroid abuser. He never looks good.
Never.
Steroids don't automatically make you look good. Your diet has to be in check and everything else has to be in check as well.
Yeah.
And then there's your natural disposition.
Yeah.
So Erkan Tepe, who knocked out David Price and then got caught with a whole load of steroids in his house, has got one of the worst physiques in the history of boxing.
Dame. One of the worst physiques. Erkan Tepe. He was on the supplements. He was on the special supplements. Who else is in here? Who else wants to talk? Let me go back to the fight doctor.
So boxing, right, is a poor man's sport.
Yeah.
So you have to look at it from the point of view of somebody who, is living a tough life, in a desperate situation. And boxing is your ticket out. But, you have these people who you compete with who are using these substances. And if you want to improve your situation, not only for you, but your whole family, well, what are you going to do? Everyone else is doing it. I'm living in the ghetto. Okay.
Yeah.
And I tried doing things the legit way, but everyone else is doing this over here. Okay. And that's the difference between me and getting to where I need to be, joining that group. So what are you going to do? So look, I'm not mad at any fighter who wants to use PEDs, because the simple fact of the matter is, and yes, this is my opinion, I can't prove that everyone is using PEDs, but what I do know is this: the testing becomes more and more aggressive. So why is that? In an attempt to keep the sport clean, but The reality is keeping the sport clean. That's really that's a fallacy. That's fantasy island. That's what that is.
What's a fallacy? What's a fallacy?
You said fantasy.
I'm sorry, fantasy. That's the word I was looking for. It's a fantasy that the sport would ever be clean. No, listen, boxing is a dirty business. It's a dirty sport, and it's an even dirtier business. All right, the business of boxing has been sideways since the beginning, going back to the Jack Johnson era, the deals that he had to make to do what he needed to do in the sport of boxing. The deal that Joe Louis got, I mean, it was horrible. You know, the way he was treated in the boardroom, at the negotiating table. Boxing is a dirty business. So why should it be any different where drug use is concerned? You know?
You see, I like to resist the temptation. I like to resist the temptation of going straight to drugs, but I guess drugs was the topic, drugs was the discussion. So I guess we PEDs rather. I guess we spoke about PEDs. I think we're going to move away from that now, unless anybody else has got some final words on PEDs in the sport. I think as far as Josh was concerned, I think he's got to be one of the most tested individuals in the sport. And so what I have to say about it is don't automatically go to the mesomorphs. Stop running to the mesomorphs, people, thinking that they're the ones most likely to be doing drugs. The endomorph, there's an argument to say the mesomorph is less likely to be doing drugs, PEDs. I want to avoid the word. There's an argument to say the endomorph, your Tyson Fury type body type, is more likely to seek an athletic advantage. That's the endomorph right there. The ectomorph, people look at him and say, oh, he's not doing nothing. Look how skinny he is. But there ain't nobody who does. There ain't no sportsman other than bodybuilders who do more PEDs than cyclists. But yet you'd walk past him in the street, in the shop, in the supermarket, and not think anything of it. But they go to the mesomorphs. You're going to go around the table one more time before we bring this PED discussion to an end. Let's start. Who wants to go? I think John Dealey, you go first, please.
Okay. I'm always dubious as well about how much benefit you get from steroid abuse. The Americans probably don't know Dwayne Chambers very well. But he's one of the most well-known cases of someone getting convicted in athletics in the UK of steroid abuse.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to believe his statement about when he started taking steroids because he got stripped of a medal he didn't need to by confessing and owning up to everything that he did. The difference in times that he managed to run pre and after steroids was 100th of a second faster on steroids. He also missed out on a Commonwealth Games final because the gear that he was taking cramped him up so he couldn't compete. In terms of performance enhancement, it's becoming such a grey area because there's so many legal substances that give good results. And then there's the illegal substances. Yes, if you ban creatine tomorrow, everyone would fail the test. So it's got to be where you draw the line. It's not easy. I'd be surprised that many athletes use the well-known bodybuilder steroids because they're so easy to test for, and they're probably not that beneficial. Do they use enhancements? Well, where do you draw the line? Is training an enhancement? When they started the Olympics, if you rode for your profession, you weren't allowed to go in a rowing race because training was deemed an unfair advantage. And it was a gentleman's sport that you shouldn't train for, to just see how good you are on the day. So, it's going to be an ongoing debate forever.
Yeah. Yes. And I can't see. What the hell's going on here? I have to take this down so I can see who's next on the list. Who's that? That's Michael J. No, who's next? Yeah, I think that's Michael J. White right there.
I'm of the opinion of whatever certain type of steroid you take is definitely 100% an advantage. If you take testosterone and that adds a certain type of lean muscle mass, gives you more strength, gives you more endurance, gives you more healing capabilities, that's an advantage no matter what. You can train harder, you're stronger, your fast twitch muscles will heal faster. You know, it's an advantage full stop. Well, like I say, things like Deca, like I've said before, an endomorph taking Deca wouldn't make sense because it's a mass builder. An endomorph taking Test, that will give him some nice lean muscle mass. You know, but steroids definitely 100% help. That's why they're banned in sports. And that's why they're called performance-enhancing drugs, because they increase your performance.
Okay, and that was Michael J. White's final offering on the PED talk. Let's go to the Fight Doctor. Your final words on the PED talk, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, my final word is PEDs had nothing to do with the beating that the ass whooping that Tyson Fury handed to Deontay Wilder. It had nothing to do with it. You know, it's a shame that the sport is as dirty as it is, but that's just a reality for all sport. And you know, it'd be nice if we can get to the day where we know, or that we could know, that it would be a contest, an honest contest between two clean athletes. But yeah, I don't know that we're obviously that day.
And the final offering on the PED talk goes to the red gloved militant.
Yeah, I actually agree with Fight Doctor on this, with the sport ever becoming fully clean. You know, I think he's right. It's a fantasy. However, I think that we should be doing our best to make these fights as fair as possible. I'm a strong believer in the test. You know, and maybe one day it will be that way, you know, where we know for sure that it's always going to be an even contest, but it probably won't be in our lifetime. One last thing, I think Ruiz is definitely an endomorph. No question about it.
No question about it. Ruiz is an endomorph, and to finish up, let's get rid of that now. I think we all know about the body types. And to finish up, my statement is that how do I finish this? How do I finish this PED talk? Or PED's testing is better than it's ever been. Stop looking at the mesomorphs. Stop pointing the finger at the mesomorphs. Surprise, surprise. The mesomorph may be the last one to be taking steroids. Just consider that as a possibility. Consider that as a possibility that the ectomorph and the endomorph may being the operative word, be more inclined to take supplements. There was a guy in the UFC MMA called Tim Sylvia. He was a big lummox of a guy, definitely a mesomorph. And he said, I'm not saying I take his word for it, but he said he just took some PEDs just to look more like the mesomorph. You just you just took it. You wanted to look more like the mesomorph. You can believe him, you can disbelieve him, but that is what he said. And an interesting side note, the guy from Icarus, the film Icarus, the documentary, the cyclist, when he went on the testosterone, his performances were not significantly better. Now watch the film and make of that what you will. Okay, so we finished up with the PED talk, and now I want to go around the table one last time with regards to the article the article from Mauricio Sulaiman talking about Deontay Wilder. If he loses against Fury again, his career is over, effectively over. I want to go with reverse now. Let's start with finish. Let's start with Red Glove Militant.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
Okay, yeah, sorry. The question is we discussed the article. Let me get it up again. Let me share it just in case you hadn't joined down there. You may not have seen it.
Was it the one with Mauricio Sulaiman?
It is
what he said about Wilder.
That is the one. That is the one. Your final words and observations about Mauricio Sulaiman's assertion that if Deontay Wilder loses again to Fury, then his career is effectively over.
I mean, chances are that would be the case. However, you know, I'm a firm believer that, you know, you can get a second chance. It's just the odds are against him. He's already 34 years old. You know, the way he's speaking after the first loss is not very promising. So given his behavior and his age, I would say that sounds about right. But, you know, I don't want to write somebody off just because of a couple losses either. So that being said, you know, I think he has the capability to do it. It's going to be up to him and his mentality to carry him through another loss if that's what happens.
Okay, so let's stop sharing that and move on to. Let's move on to working as a Red Glove Militant, the Fight Doctor. Your final words on Mauricio Sulaiman's statement.
Yeah, so the silly man makes no sense. There are just too many variables. There's just too many what ifs to just decisively say if Wilder loses a second time to Fury that his career is over. I mean, look, let's just say that Wilder goes out and the third fight looks a lot like the first fight. And let's just say that
Fight Doctor, your mic, is your mic cut out?
He cut out on my end too.
Fight Doctor? Okay. Fight Doctor has dropped out. His mic seems to be playing up. Let's go on to the final words of Michael J. White.
If you remember an interview before the Fury Wilder 2 fight, Wilder was saying, if Fury knocks me out in 2 rounds, I will retire. If that actually happened, I will retire. You know, he didn't stop him in 2 rounds, he stopped him in 7. So if he's now coming out with he's going to retire, or we can look into it that way, his mentality isn't in the right place. He's potentially thinking he's going to lose, and that's not the right mindset to have as a champion. You should be going into that fight, you know, thinking you're going to win. So if he does lose to Fury, which I'm pretty sure he will do, then I think his career's over, unless he wants to start fighting, you know, contenders or gatekeepers like Dillian White or Povetkin or people like that, which I can't see him doing.
Why would you not fight a Dillian White or a Povetkin?
I think anybody that possesses power, could be wrong on this, he likes to stay away from our guys who are going to chase him, because Fury's written the blueprint now of how to beat Wilder, you know. So if Dillian copies that could, you know, keeps the foot on the gas, he could potentially beat him. So I think Wilder's now worried that he's been sussed of how to actually, you know, be beaten.
Yeah.
But what I'd love to see, and I've said this before, I'd still love to see AJ versus Wilder, regardless if Wilder loses or not, because I'm a firm believer that Wilder knocks out AJ. I think AJ's too stiff, but I know that's a subject for another day.
You're a firm believer that Wilder knocks out AJ.
Yeah.
On the basis of what?
I think AJ's too stiff, and I think eventually Wilder will catch him. The only thing I'd be worried about is if AJ press forward, copying what Fury did. Now the blueprint's been written.
Well, why would AJ have to copy what why would AJ have to copy what Fury did? Surely AJ is a come forward fighter, is an attacking fighter for the most part, and he would put Deontay Wilder on his back foot, and that is Deontay Wilder's kryptonite. If you put him on his back foot and you hit hard, that's what
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But AJ in his last fight against Ruiz didn't do that. He ran away most of the fight. Oh, sorry, he boxed and jabbed and moved away most of the fight. You know, but against Wilder, he will go forward. So against Wilder, you never know. Before he wrote that blueprint, you never know what AJ would have done. But AJ is stiff, and AJ doesn't move like Fury.
Surely AJ would have done what AJ usually does, which is walk forward and try to knock his opponent out. And we've seen that if you do that against Wilder, it increases your chances dramatically.
Well, AJ TKOs people more than knocks them out. You know, Wilder knocks people out.
Well, he drops them, didn't he? He dropped the Vic and he got him clean out of there.
His last 10 fights, he's either lost, won on points, or had 8 TKOs. He's not had a pure knockout in over 10 fights.
But Fury didn't get a pure knockout, and that was enough. He just walked him down and hit him. Walked him down and hit him, and that was enough to get that was enough to stop the fight. You don't have to knock the guy out. You just have to walk him down and hit him.
I just can't see AJ TKO in Wilder. I think Wilder's got a better chin than people think. Listen, I'm not a fan of Wilder as well, by the way. I can't stand the guy, but you know. I just think Wilder when he gets hit, he doesn't feel pain. He seems to lose energy. You know, when he gets hit, it's like he's not feeling the pain or he's hurt. He seems like he just seems to use energy. And in England, you know, it's called being beat the crap out of. And it's like an energy bar, and every time you take a hit, like in a computer game, you lose a bit of that energy. And I just can't see AJ. Well, I can see AJ beating him, but I think. If I was to put it into a favour, put 70% Wilder eventually catches AJ and knocks him out, because AJ's chin isn't the best in the world, and his recovery powers certainly aren't the best in the world. Even against Klitschko, it took him 4 rounds to recover from that one punch. I don't know why Klitschko didn't just finish him off.
How many rounds did it take for Deontay Wilder to recover from the when did he get dropped? When did he get dropped? The second round or the third?
The Ortiz fight.
So Wilder never recovered. The counter argument is that that Joshua recovered, but Wilder never recovered.
Yeah, well, here's an example. The Ortiz fight, it took him about 2 rounds to recover. With the Fury fight, Fury constantly put the pace on him. He didn't give him time to recover. Whereas AJ is typically a fighter, once he gets hit, he stays hit for quite a long time. He doesn't have the same recovery prowess of a Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury gets hit, 30 seconds, he's recovered. Just like in round 12, you know, against Deontay Wilder at the first fight, or against Cunningham, 30 seconds, back to normal. If AJ takes punches like that, it takes him literally 3 to 4 rounds to recover from. We saw that against Ruiz. We saw that against Klitschko.
But Fury's not going to hit him like Klitschko hit him, though, is he?
Say that again, sorry.
Well, Fury's not going to hit Joshua like Klitschko hit Joshua, though.
Why not?
Well, because his name's not Dr. Steelhammer. His name's Mr. Featherfist.
Well, it wasn't feather-fisted that much last time, was he?
Well, it was. Well, I don't even think he was that hard punches. I just think it was the accumulation of punches.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
So he's not Steelhammer. He's high volume feather fist, arguably.
He's a volume fighter. I do agree with that.
Yeah, high volume feather fist, arguably.
But Dr. Steelhammer didn't land that Steelhammer on Fury either, did he?
He didn't land that Steelhammer on Fury because you know why? Mr. Fury is very fiddly. Very, very fiddly. It's hard.
Elusive.
Yeah. And elusive. Fiddly and elusive. Before I go to John Dealey, who's gonna sum this up in his own words. I gotta go back to the Fight Doctor. Because he dropped off.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm over here having some technical difficulties.
No problem. You're a trooper. You're stuck in there. You're stuck in there. You didn't give up at the first hurdle. Good for you. Carry on, my friend.
But yeah, can I switch gears real quick? Just real quick. So the thing about Vladimir is that he's gun shy, meaning that he doesn't really like to throw the right hand unless he's comfortable in or secure that he won't get countered.
Right.
And that wasn't the case in the Fury fight. He you know, I think the Fury fight is probably his lowest punch count. One of the lowest punch counts in the whole of his career. And the reason why his punch count was so low was, you know, Fury was catching him with counters. You know, so that's the deal with Klitschko and the major chink in his armor, that and his chin.
Repeat that in a sentence, though. Repeat that in a sentence. Sorry, my attention was distracted.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that was the major chink in Vladimir's armor, was that he was gun shy. You know, he was reluctant to throw the right hand when he was worried about the getting countered. So the major chinks being he was gun shy and had the glass jaw, of course.
Okay, so John D. Lee, your final summary on this point. Forgotten what the point is now because we got off.
It's the article. It's the article. It's basically what Mauricio Sulaiman said.
Yeah.
I think it's been blown out of proportion. First of all, I don't think Wilder will beat Fury, but he's got an opportunity to prove me wrong, which I think every champion's entitled to earn personally. If he was to lose to Fury, I think there's good fights from the UK. I think Dillian Whyte would definitely fight him. AJ's got on record, says he still wants to fight him. So there are fights for him, and it's really down to how much he still wants it, which would be the test if he lost. But we're going to see anyway. I think they're going to fight, so I'm quite happy to wait and see how it plays out, to be fair. I don't really agree that his career is 100% over if he loses, because I think there are fights for him out there.
Yes.
He can just become David Price too after he loses twice.
Hold on. So let's go back around the panel for the last time. John Dealey, speak on what people talking about? They're talking about Joshua. They seem to be talking about Joshua Fury. Speak on that, and then we'll go around the table.
Well, I don't really want to speak too much on Joshua Fury because I'm really hopeful we're going to see the fight. So I want to see what happens. I think Joshua laid out in an interview quite a long time ago how he'd approach the fight. I think it's the right way to try and fight Fury. Try and get inside him and work his body to slow him up. I personally don't think that the punches he landed on Deontay Wilder were that heavy individually. He had his tactics right. He clearly isn't used to throwing punches on the inside like he was against Wilder. So he might get better at it, but there's room for technical improvement so Fury could get better. I prefer Joshua to Fury, but that just makes me biased. So I'm hoping we'll see the fight.
Okay, and who else hasn't spoken on Joshua Fury? Fight Doctor, you haven't spoken. Let me go to Red Glove Militant. You haven't spoken on Joshua versus Fury. It's morphed over into that. That wasn't the topic, but people are talking about it. So if you want to speak on it, Red Glove Militant.
Yeah, I would definitely love for it to happen. Even though I'm pretty sure it won't happen this way, I certainly would love for it to be over in the UK, just for historical purposes. You know, you'd have two heavyweight UK boxers who, would clash, and it would be for undisputed in the UK. Unfortunately, because currently Tyson Fury doesn't have a boxing license in the UK and doesn't seem too interested in in getting that license. Plus, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that his contract with ESPN, he's supposed to be fighting in the States. So that could also be another hindrance, even if he gets that license. But I would love for it to happen over there. But if it can't happen over there, I'll take what I can get, which is it happening anywhere. I don't care if it's here in the States. I don't care if it's Saudi Arabia. I don't care if it's in Rap's backyard. Just make it happen. And as far as the odds, as far as I'm concerned, it's a 50-50 fight. I keep going back and forth. One day I'm finding myself saying that I think Fury will win. Another day I'm thinking, well, Anthony Joshua, he might have the same kind of power that Deontay Wilder has, and he definitely has better skill. Even if he doesn't have that power, he has power. So it's just one of those things where it's like, and then I'll end up the next day, it's back to me thinking Tyson Fury would win it. It's a 50-50 fight, so I want to see it.
Yes. And I think Michael J. White's already spoken on it. So I think it's down now to the fight doctor.
I actually haven't, but go on.
You did. You said that Fury would beat Joshua.
No, I was saying Wilder would beat Joshua, and then I sort of had a little bit of a chat about Fury. But if I can speak about Fury,
of course you can.
I think Fury actually thinks Joshua is literally the only threat to him in the division. And I think if Fury, it depends how Fury goes about it. If he boxes Josh, this is what I'm wondering. If he boxes Joshua, sticks to his old irky-jerky style of the boxing, he should beat Joshua. But I'm just wondering if he's going to do that type of style, like how he did against Vlad, or if he's going to try and fight him like how he did against Wilder. And is that the right way about beating Joshua? If he sticks to boxing, he'll probably beat him on points. If he fights him, it makes it a 50-50 fight. That's just my say on the matter.
Yeah. So, hold on. Repeat that. I'm doing a lot of things at the moment. Repeat your last sentence.
If he boxes him, yeah, like how he did against Vlad, irky-jerky style, keeping it at range.
If Fury boxes Joshua, like he did against Vlad.
Yeah. Keeping it at range, irky-jerky style, just quick jabs, flick jabs. He should beat Joshua. He's the more skilled boxer of the two. If he makes it a fight, like how he did against Wilder, then I think it's a 50-50 fight. Joshua's probably stronger than Fury, but Fury, in my opinion, has a bigger heart and has a better chin than Joshua. So if they fight, like both fighting against each other, both inside fighting, 50-50, Fury keeps at range and boxes, he should potentially win. He's the better boxer of the two.
Yeah, Fury. Fury's a better boxer of two.
Yeah.
Okay. J. Michael White just bringing it. I'm bringing it. Excellente. Yeah, you can come back, matey. You can come back. We like diverse opinions. And talking about diverse opinions, we go over to the controversial fight doctor.
So I give Tyson Fury the slightest of edges in this fight. But to be completely honest, any outcome wouldn't surprise me. I can see Fury winning by knockout. I can see Fury winning a decision. I can see AJ winning by knockout. I can see AJ winning a decision. So, yeah, it's 50-50 with the slightest of edges going to Tyson Fury, only because Fury has beaten a better opposition. So if somebody put a gun to my head, made me bet on this fight, I would say Fury. But, let's see what Fury looks like in his next fight. Let's see what Joshua looks like in his next fight. And maybe I have I'll be able to make a more confident decision. But as of right now, 50-50, maybe the slightest of edge to Tyson Fury.
Okay. I had to cover that because it was brought up. I think it's a 50-50 fight. But I do believe Dillian White when he says he dropped Fury in training. Tyson Fury hasn't really come out and refuted much of what Dillian Whyte has said about their training, and we do know they train together. So, much like John Daly, I'm kind of keeping my powder dry. What I will say is that it's kind of 50-50. I see it as 50-50, but I think that I think the Fury is hittable. I think Fury is hittable, and if he gets hit by the likes of Dillian Whyte and Anthony Joshua, I think we could be in for a very, very interesting evening of entertainment. That's if Fury gets past Wilder. Wilder, it appears, was injured during that fight. So was that the best Wilder we could possibly expect? Will we see a better Wilder? Before I knew about the injury, I thought that Wilder was going to get battered quicker. Now, I still think that. I still think that he's going to get a beating. I still think he's going to take an ass whooping because Tyson Fury gets more confident with each fight, more confident in the second fight than he was in the first, and more aware. And he knew how to put it on Deontay Wilder better. And I think he's going to know how to put it on him even better in the third fight. So I think Wilder gets battered in the third fight. What happens then? I don't know. Because really and truly, we started talking about Anthony Joshua because Michael J. White brought him up. But really and truly, I think if it's truth. I think if Fury gets past Wilder the second time, which I fully expect him to do, I think really and truly it could be Fury versus Dillian Whyte before Joshua. But that's a whole nother can of worms, which I don't want to get into because, we do have a schedule here. We do have a schedule here, and I think we're going to get straight into that now. Hopefully you guys, are you guys sticking around for the fight? For the classic fight review?
I'm sticking around.
You're sticking around.
I'll stay.
You're sticking around. Red Glove Militant.
I'll stay, but I might end up having to go.
No problem at all. And of course, John Daly's sticking around. I know that. I think you're sticking around, John.
Yeah, I'm all good, Raph.
Okay. This section ran over longer than I had anticipated, but clearly there's people who wanted to hear about it, people that want to talk about it, people wanted to listen to it. I can tell by the numbers. So thank you everybody for your contribution on that topic. But now we're switching over, and I'm here. I've had a brain freeze. What button do I press next? I've had a brain. There it is. Evander Holyfield versus Dwight Muhammad Kwai 2 coming up next. Let me just edit that now. And so we got it's no longer coming up next. It is now. Save that and boom. And then what we're doing now, we're going over to, we're going to share the screen. Not that screen. Yeah, this screen. Okay. Kill the volume. What kind of speed we're dealing with? I think we're going to take a little bit off the speed so we can see everything just a little bit off. So it's at 75%. We're going to make this bigger, and we are going to share the screen. So we're now looking at, in fact, hold on a second. I don't want that. Don't want it like that. I want it like, Chrome tab. Boom. Hold on. We're not going the whole screen. Let me take a little bit of volume off that. Okay. I think that's good. That's in order. And then we're going to press play, and I think we are ready to go. John Daly, talk us into this fight. It's Evander Holyfield versus Dwight Muhammad Kwai 2.
So the first fight has been considered by Ring Magazine to be the best cruiserweight fight of the 80s. It was close. It was a split decision. Afterwards, Quay fought an eliminator against Murphy to be the IBF mandatory, which in between the two fights is the second title that Holyfield picked up. That was also a bit controversial. It was close. So they let them rematch it. And this is Quay coming back for his second crack at Evander as the IBF mandatory. At this point, he'd never been knocked out. He'd had a few losses, but the only real notable one was against Spinks at light heavyweight for the WBA and WBC light heavyweight titles before he moved up.
Okay, so Dwight Muhammad. It's a damn mouthful. Dwight Muhammad Quay. I forgot what his original name was. What was the original name? I'm sure he started his career with a different name and then switched to this one. I'm not sure. I can't swear to that. But yeah, so we're getting into this. You can see the graphics there. What's that? Evander Holyfield, 6'2", weight 178, 187 pounds, years 25, and he's rocking the flat top. He's rocking the flat top, ladies and gentlemen. And unlike Luis Ortiz, it is not a wig. That's a joke. Okay, guys, you can chip in on this at any time you see fit.
His original name was Braxton, right?
That's it. That's it. I knew it was at the back of my mind. Tony Braxton. She always pops into my mind when I hear Dwight Muhammad Quay. I knew it was something that was familiar. It's Braxton.
The other thing about Dwight is he'd trained in Philly, and there's a lot to say that his style comes from Fraser. It's like a miniature. It's like a miniature.
Definitely modeled himself on Fraser, in my humble opinion, as a child watching him. Definitely. Fight Doctor, what are you saying?
So, I'm sorry, not Muhammad Ali. I think it's pronounced Cowie.
Cowie.
Yeah, Cowie. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Evander, I was just, reminiscing on some of the classic Holyfield fights, like the Riddick Bowe, the first fight. Evander Holyfield. What can I say? The man was just he was special. The chin, the heart, the determination, the dedication, the PEDs. Unfortunately.
Oh dear.
The kids, the wives, okay,
Group C, the mansion.
Yeah. How many bathrooms were in that house? 19?
Fight Doctor, though, the good thing about this fight is it's got the one thing that you really haven't listed, the outstanding skills of Holyfield, which I think the cruiserweight Holyfield just displays in spades. So,
Evander came out of that wonderful 1984 American Olympic class with, Pernell Whitaker. Who else was in that class? Mark Breland.
Mark Breland.
Yeah.
Mark Breland. Pernell. You said Pernell Whitaker. What's his name?
Pernell Whitaker.
Heavyweight boxer.
Henry Tillman.
Henry Tillman. There was another one though that Mike Tyson dispatched really badly.
Not Tillman.
Terrell. Is it Terrell Biggs?
No. Oh.
It might have been.
Yeah, you're right.
Terrell Biggs. He had a high top, didn't he?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Terrell Biggs.
So the man knew how to fight. Definitely, one of the more skilled heavyweights that you would ever see. Indeed. But listen, coming up from cruiserweight, by modern standards, he's considered a small heavyweight. So you have to have skill in order to compete with guys who outweigh you by 20, 30 pounds, who 2, 3, 4 inches taller than you are. You have to have skill.
And I remind people that this is slightly slowed down. This is at 75%, just so we can see the shots getting off there. Holyfield working behind a nice jab, quiet with the overhand right. Anybody jump in at any time. Holyfield looking crisp. This is pre
Pre-heavyweight.
extra. This is pre-extra. Yes, pre-heavyweight and pre the third shredded wheat. He was only on.
I was trying to be polite about that.
Yeah, I know.
Because Quiet accused him of juicing for this fight.
No,
So.
I don't think for this fight.
I'm not particularly that opinion, but he got accused of it.
Having said that, it is said that he looked physically. He did look more muscular. It is being said that he did look more muscular in this fight.
But he's also really young when he fought Quay the first time.
Yes.
And I don't know if people realise this about Evander. When he left high school, he was only 5'8" and 147 pounds. And he didn't stop growing until he was in his 20s.
Yeah. Because
he was a very late developer.
Yeah, because he looks unrecognizable in comparison to his son, who is the son who is boxing now, who just looks like a very muscular but slight fellow. But it seems that Evander Holyfield, not trying to make any excuses for the 3 shredded wheat, but it seemed like he was a late bloomer. He's one of those guys who kept on growing. So I think we can expect something similar from his son. He's very muscular, but he was kind of almost slender, very slender. He filled out as well as the third shredded wheat. Next person, come on in. End of the first round. Deontay. I was going to say Deontay Wilder dominated with a jab. That's an oxymoron, isn't it?
I've never seen this fight, guys, but this, how do you say it? Quay. How tall is he? 5'6"?
Yeah.
He is 5'6".
Yeah. A 5'6" cruiserweight. So, are we allowed any spoilers on here? Like, how long does this fight actually last?
Not going to do that.
No spoilers. But I think it's fair to say. He was
so, is this a competitive fight? Just out of curiosity.
The first fight.
Go watch the first fight if you haven't seen this one.
Yeah. Did you see the first fight?
No, I've not seen this fight. No.
Well, this fight doesn't go the full distance. I'm not going to tell you who won. It doesn't go the full distance. So it is the last one, I believe, did. The first one did. This didn't. So one guy was more decisively better than the other. I mean, I'll leave you to judge which one's which. But this, it's a very good fight. It's a very good fight.
Height doesn't always make the winner. Quay had been a good light heavyweight and a good cruiserweight prior to this.
Yeah.
He'd fought Michael Spinks for the undisputed light heavyweight championship.
But with height, you usually get range.
Well, of course you do, but it's not the sole be-all and end-all of winning, is it?
Tell that to Luke Campbell against Lomachenko.
Oh, it's an advantage.
Well, tell that to Luke Campbell against Lomachenko.
Yeah, Lomachenko is a one-off, though, isn't he?
He's a beast.
Yeah, but I mean, Joe Louis regularly knocked out taller men. Lots of good heavyweights and people at other weight classes have beaten the taller man with a bigger range.
Mike Tyson's one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Joe Frazier, another.
Yep.
What I like that Evander shows in this is he can fight inside. He's good at turning his man. So when his man's trying to get him positioned to unload his hooks, Evander's footwork really takes him out of the way nicely. He maneuvers his man very nicely in this fight.
Very nicely. Very nicely. Cowie ducking down in the crouching style. Nice little combo there from Cowie. Remember, this is 75% speed. This is not full speed.
He's got lead left upper hooks, Evander going on. He's got all sorts of inside combination works. He's not just winning on the outside, he's winning on the inside.
Winning on the inside, and we know that the taller guys often advise to stay on the outside, but Evander Holyfield not doing that. You don't care if it's on the inside or the outside. That's versatility, ladies and gentlemen.
That was one of the beautiful things about Riddick Bowe.
Mm-hmm.
His infighting ability was off the charts for heavyweight.
Yes, tall heavyweight, tall, but still wasn't afraid to mix it up on the inside, lean on the guy, get his head down, boom, 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 uppercut, hooks. Riddick Bowe at his best was a sight to see at his best.
Riddick Bowe at his best was a package. He was.
Yeah.
In terms of skill, he did have everything. Unfortunately, he didn't have the discipline to match, which is why his best didn't last very long.
I was just about to say Riddick Bowe lost his championship in the kitchen. Hooks from Evander Holyfield. Hooks. More hooks. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay, H Money, same rules apply.
Yes, sir.
Speak on the fight, my friend. No bad behavior, please.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you know the consequences, my friend.
Yes, sir. I'm coming with all due respect. I was doing good earlier, right? I believe I
very well. You did very well. You didn't.
That's how it's gonna be from now on with me, Rafi. You know, as long as you know, you run a good panel. That's what I like about you. You have rules and regulations, so I feel like I feel comfortable. I definitely feel comfortable, brother. So appreciate that. So we're watching Evander Holyfield versus Dwight Muhammad Akawi Part 2, the second fight.
Second fight.
So as I see, Evander Holyfield is getting off first.
He's putting it on him. He's putting it on him. You got the straight jabs. You got the hooks. You got uppercuts. Both uppercuts, both hands. Hook. Quiet in the crouching. What do you call it? Crouching dragon, tiger, whatever you call it. Hooking style. Joe Frazier. They're going at it against the ring.
Punches in bunches.
Punches in bunches. So what you seeing, H Money? H Money.
It looks like Holyfield is right now the younger, stronger, and faster fighter at the time. Dwight Muhammad Akawi was towards the end of his career around here. He just looked like he's not the same fighter that he was in that first fight. And you know, in that first fight, Rafi, Holyfield was very young in that fight, and Dwight Muhammad Akawi had the experience. So he gave Holyfield a very tough fight in that first one. He actually hurt Holyfield a couple of times. But in this particular rematch,
we're not talking about the conclusion. We're keeping that secret for the people who don't know, but carry on, H Money.
Okay, in this round, it looks like Holyfield was getting off first. He punches and bunches. He was just the stronger and the quicker, younger fighter at the time.
At the time. Don Dealey, I think there was a delay between the first fight and the second fight.
Yeah, it's not a massive amount of delay. I mean, it's about 12 months. And within that time, Cowie had 2 fights to establish himself as the IBF mandatory. So he was beating other cruiserweights.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he was sitting on his hands doing nothing.
Yeah.
He had one very close split decision, which went against him. Then he rematched that person because it was so close.
Mm-hmm.
And he won. So he's entitled to be in the ring with Evander, whatever else, however else you look at it. He's a mandatory fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, Rafi, we see Evander Holyfield working off his jab, using his great boxing ability, and he's just using great footwork, and he's not being flat-footed. Holyfield is on his toes, and he's using movement to throw off Dwight Muhammad Akawi.
Yes, he is indeed. Michael J. White, what you seen? Michael J. White, what you seeing here, my friend? What you seeing? Michael J. White might be away from his mic, multitasking.
So you see Holyfield controlling the distance.
Yeah.
Keeping Cowie at bay with his jab. Basically, just doing his thing right now, dancing. Dictating the tempo, being the ring general right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is. Holyfield, he can box, Rafi. Like throughout his career, he was a bronze medalist. I think he was actually robbed in the Olympics, because he should have been possibly a gold medalist, but he was robbed. And from what I'm saying, Holyfield was a great boxer when he wanted to. But Holyfield would get caught in exchanges and then start a war. That was his nature. He would get in. He will get hit a couple of times, and then he'll switch his game plan just to go to a full a war. But when he was able to box like this, that's how he beat Riddick Bowe in that rematch in the second fight. And another thing about Holyfield, he was known to run out of gas. So he would try to box, and then he will get tired, and then he'll be forced to slug it out.
Kwai looking in trouble here. Kwai doesn't look as fresh as he did in the first fight. Can he turn it around? That's the question. He's taking shipping punches in a corner. Can he turn it around? Why is there such a difference? Is it just that Evander Holyfield was just that much better 12 months later? Or did Kwai, I don't know, what happened to Kwai? What happened to Kwai in the meantime? What happened to Kwai in those 12 months? John D. Lee.
Well, I think it's a mixture of things. I mean, you do continue to grow and develop as a young man. So when they met, I think Evander was only about 22, first fight. So that has to be a consideration. Whether he had any other help, I don't know.
Okay.
Kwai had some good wins.
Yeah.
I just think in their first fight, Evander only had 12. It was his 12th fight. He won his first title.
Yeah.
And it was a 15-round fight. So I'm not sure about his gassing out aspect when he was a young man. I think that happened when he was carrying probably too much weight.
Yeah.
Let John. Yeah. So the other thing about this is I just Evander's inside skills are just so good.
Yeah.
He's catching all the inside shots on his arms.
Yeah.
He's throwing two-handed combinations to body and head, and then he's stepping out when he wants to, and popping a really stiff jab at him.
Yeah.
So Evander, for me, is dominating this because he's a really hard worker and he continued to try and improve when he was a pro. That's my main opinion. I mean, Kwai's probably deteriorated a bit, but he's still there, winning fights, making himself the mandatory for one of his belts.
Yeah. And shipping punches against the ropes there. Shipping punch against the ropes there. Kwai, fight doctor.
So there's no quitting, Cowie. And, Evander, one of the things that makes him special is, he never backed down from a fight. He was willing to go to war, even in situations when he was clearly outgunned, and would prevail more often than not.
I think that's one of the things that you need to take into account if you keep bringing up height as an advantage. It's an advantage for range, but it can actually be very hard to knock a small man out if he's good at doing what Kwai is good at doing, which is covering up, keeping a low center of gravity, keeping his chin miles away from, he doesn't really pop it out. He'd never been knocked out before this fight.
So can I piggyback on that last comment?
Yeah, everybody.
Look, punching power is a beautiful thing, but it's overrated. And what I mean when I say that is punching power is meaningless if you can't find the target. So you can have George Foreman power to the nth degree, but if you cannot find a target, then it's for nothing.
Yeah. Yes, you were totally right about that. Was a great comment right there. I agree with you. If you can't hit what you can't see, that's what Muhammad Ali used to say. You can't hit what you can't see. And punching power is important, but in a way, boxing is definitely the sweet science, and that's the key. Hit and not being hit. That's the sweet science of the sport, as we seen in Anthony Joshua's last performance against Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz couldn't hit him. He wasn't able to connect because Joshua used his Olympic background, just outboxed him, on a Floyd Mayweather type of style. And, that's my favorite style in the sport of boxing. That's what I like to watch.
What do you like to watch?
Just like a pure boxer, Rafi, a technician in the ring, someone who's, that can move around in the ring, show different type of skills. I'd rather watch a boxer, like I like to watch boxer punchers, of course, but I like the sweet science of a pure boxer rather than a puncher, because a puncher could be labeled as a one-trick pony. If all you got is a punch, all you got is power, what if you can't connect the power? What else you gonna resort to?
I just heard a pop. I'm gonna scroll down. Oh, Michael J. White fell off. Michael J. White is back. Michael J. White is back. Okay.
Yeah, sorry guys, I got knocked off.
No problem. No problem. Oh, now you're back. You just missed Holyfield putting a barrage of liver shots in around underneath the elbow of Kwai. Kwai takes a big right hand there, steps back, still hooking, but boom, left hook.
Wow.
And he's down. Kwai is down. Walking
He's
back
hurt.
to a corner. Yeah. Walking slowly back to a corner. What round is this? I'm not sure.
He's hurt. He's really hurt.
Yes. He's hurt.
Holyfield, he's going for the kill. Setting it up with his jab. He's taking his time. He's setting it up over the hand right. Holyfield. Jab upstairs. Body shot, uppercut, combination. Holyfield double jab. Kawhi's on the ropes. Fires back. Holyfield counter right hand, left hook, right on the chin. Boom. Holyfield another left hook. Oh, big right hand, Holyfield.
Big right. Down goes Kwai, and he's looking out to the rope. He's under the ropes. He's looking out. I don't see him getting up. What is this? Is it the punches or exhaustion or a combination?
That was the punch.
Kwai is out. Round 4, unbelievable. 30 seconds remaining in round 4. And
that was a beautiful right hand right on the chin.
Beautiful.
And Rafi, he caught him in between. Like Dwight Muhammad Kawhi was firing a shot, and Holyfield threw his shot at the same time, but Holyfield landed his shot first. So he caught him in between punches, and he laid him out, bro. That was a beautiful right hand.
Let's see that again. Let's go.
The combination is a mixture of hooks and body shots. And although Evander's got the height advantage, he's still setting stuff up with left hooks, left uppercuts. He's got such versatility of punch selection and being on the inside and outside. It's just, I think it's a complete range of skills.
Very complete. Very calm. Oh, down. Look at that left hook there. That was beautiful. That was poetry. Okay, so that was the first knockdown.
Complete range of skills, heart of a lion, and a chin made out of iron.
Where are we? Because Marla had some interesting observations. Holyfield earlier in his career wasn't known for running out of gas. Watch the Foreman fight. He was on his toes for 12 rounds and threw plenty of punches. Yes, indeed. I thought you were saying the opposite, Marla. I thought you said he is known for running out of gas, but no, I agree with what you said. It was not known. Okay, the second knockdown coming up now, anytime now. This is half speed.
He's throwing lead left hooks.
Great believer in lead left hooks. Quiet's coming back. Talk us through this, John.
Well, it's just beautiful infighting, and like H Money said, he threw his punch. He just timed it nicely. Quai's throwing a punch, and he just gets there first, and he throws the direct straight on the chin. And that for me, that's perfectly acceptable knockout. You get up, doesn't matter. He's knocked out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's like. I'm sorry. When you throw a punch in a fight, like for example, if I throw a punch, I leave myself open to get countered. So you really when you throwing the punches and stuff like that, you leaving yourself wide open. So Dwight threw his right hand, but he threw it. Holyfield's came first, and he didn't even see the Holyfield's right hand coming, and it just landed. He got hit by a punch he didn't even see. That's what I saw.
Yeah. I'm just laughing at Reverend Pickles. He said, "Boom." Oh, funny, man. Funny.
I think one of the best things about this fight is it displays the amount of skill level you need to fight on the inside.
Yeah.
If you watch some of the sort of things Evander does to defend himself when he's on the inside, you know, he blocks punches really effectively with his hands and his arms.
Mm-hmm.
And these days, it seems to be sort of training thought that you've only got skill if you're fighting on the outside. But inside fighting seems, you know, it's a tremendous level of skill to actually do it. It's not just having a brawl if it's done right.
100%. It's harder to be an inside fighter because if you're a taller, rangier guy, you can just keep him at range with a jab. Whereas if you're going on the inside, you know, as a smaller guy, you have to go on the inside. You need a different, you need multiple different choices of punches to use, and you need to realize your distance to and from.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that Evander was actually a late developer helped him. So when he started boxing very early, and he was very small. So he had to do body punching and infighting to start off with.
Yeah.
And then he grew to be unexpectedly tall to like 6'2". So certainly as a cruiserweight, he's a tall guy, but he's already picked up those inside fighting skills.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm doing something backstage. Okay. H-Money.
Okay. Well, Rafi, before you go backstage, I just want to thank you because I'm gonna step off, Rafi. And also I noticed that it was a group of guys in the chat that were trying to tell you how to run your channel. You know, don't let H-Money on.
We're not gonna talk about that.
Okay. I just noticed that, Rafi, and I like to feel comfortable. You made me feel comfortable. And it was one guy that hopped on the panel, and I seen a comment he made in chat. Oh, I bet if I hop on.
H-Money, let me explain. Let me explain how I'm running this thing. We're not going to talk about any of that because you're a controversial character. You've stirred up a lot of controversy that can work for you, and it can work against you. Yeah. So there are a lot of people who are against you, and you have to understand and accept their feelings.
Okay.
However, so long as someone comes on here and conducts himself in a respectable manner, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, okay, Rafi. I just want to hear me out because I was gonna message you privately, but just hear me out. What I was trying to say is just one statement. Hold
on a second. You see, I know the direction where you're going in, and let me stop this tape here. I know the direction you're going in, and the problem is that rather than still the waters, it's going to stir up the waters. So before you say anything over here of that nature, talking about other people, I would rather you didn't. And so
I'm not though. That's what I'm telling. I didn't mention any. That's what I'm saying. Just hear me out. I'm not saying anything about anybody.
H-Money. What I'm saying to you is that there ain't no need for any discussion about what you want to discuss. You understand what I'm saying to you is that you came over here and you conducted yourself in a respectable manner. Now, so long as you do that, then it's cool and the gang. You understand? So there's no need for any postscript.
Yeah, I understand, Rafi, but I just want to express myself to you. I'm being a gentleman, like you said. I'm just. It was a guy that came in and said, I bet I can get H-Money kicked off the panel. That's what his exact comment was. That's what he came. That was his intention.
H-Money. Those people, all of those people who spoke, they are my friends. So what I'm saying to you, my friend, is leave it alone. When you come over here, just conduct yourself in a respectable manner, and it will be A-OK.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna
take my advice. That's the best way to leave it.
Just don't bite or read the comments.
I got you, bro. I was conducting myself and I wasn't trying to get kicked off the panel, and people trying to, that's what their intention was. Let me go get them kicked off. You know what I mean? So
leave it alone, my friend. Leave it alone. That's my advice.
Okay, I got you, Rafi. Thank you, Rafi. I'm gonna message you on the Google Hangouts, but thank you for the opportunity, man. Let me talk about the sport that I love, man. Thank you, everybody on the panel too.
As long as you conduct yourself respectfully, it's all good over here.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Rafi. Thanks to everybody in the panel. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel right now. Thank you.
Take care. Take care. Thank you very much. Take care. Okay, so that was H Money. There's some controversy he's got elsewhere, but so long as he conducts himself respectfully over here, it ain't no problem. It ain't no problem. Okay, and okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to flip over and have a look at the few rounds from the first fight, because I don't know. She's open to the chat. I'll go to the fight doctor first. I don't know. Kwai didn't look like he did in the first fight. What's that all about? The fight doctor.
So what was Cowie's age? He was 36. So maybe it's a situation where he just got old overnight, or listen, boxing is a dirty business. Maybe he just showed up to collect a paycheck. Okay, who knows? I don't know, but Holyfield, 25, he's essentially at the beginning of his prime.
Yeah.
And guys.
Yeah. Oh, was the fight doctor? Has the fight doctor's mic cut out again? As the fight doctor's mic cut out again?
As is Holyfield at this time. You
cut out for a large chunk of that fight, doctor. Could you repeat yourself, please? Yeah.
Sorry about that. So Holyfield is at the beginning of his prime, essentially. And so, from fight to fight, guys at this point in their career, they can make substantial improvements, in the course of one or two fights. So maybe it's a combination of Cowie getting old overnight and Evander just getting better from one fight to the next.
Yeah. John Daly, Kwai looked impaired to me. He looked impaired.
Potentially. I mean, it definitely looks like he's carrying more mass around his midsection in this fight than the first one. So that could be a couple of things. He moved up after he lost to Spinks because he didn't like making weight. So it could be ill discipline in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I also think Evander, he'd had 11 fights prior to this fight here that we're watching now.
Yeah.
He's a virtual novice fighting in a world title fight. So you've got a guy who's never been. He's fought for the undisputed light heavyweight championship already.
Right.
He's got all the experience. Evander's learning, like Fight Doctor said. The scope for improvement between the two fights. Look at the blistering speed there from Evander.
This is real speed, folks. Blistering.
It's just blistering. This is what people forget about Evander, because I personally think all the steroids slowed him up quite a lot.
Yeah.
But for me, this is it at his best at cruiserweight.
This is the first fight, folks. This is the first fight.
Is this his first title fight?
Yeah, 11 fights in. He fights for his first title. And he's 23, is he, in this fight? Or 22?
Yeah, 23 on the stats.
Look at the speed. Look at the speed.
Look at the whole package. Okay,
the total package, the movement, the inside fighting,
the fluidity of movement. It's as if he's not even thinking about what he's doing. It just happens.
Yeah, there's quality and natural.
Yes,
I think.
Look at that hook. Look at that fadeaway hook to the body as he faded away.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
Faded away and then hook to the body. Look at that. Look. This is skills, ladies and gentlemen. This is skills. A lot of people remember Holyfield as the bulked up Holyfield. Oh, damn, but Kwai. Look at Kwai, buzzsaw. But the two buzzsaws, I'd argue, I would say that Evander Holyfield is actually faster than the buzzsaw.
Yeah, And he's just got that benefit of being able to go on the outside whenever he wants to. He's controlling. He's completely in control of where they both are in the ring at all times.
Damn.
Whenever Evander's back touches the ropes, he's out of there, and he's got a different number of ways to move it as well.
Damn.
Yeah, if Evander's making it look like it's father time for the other guy.
Yeah.
Does he retire after this fight?
No, he went up to heavyweight and fought on for about another 11 years.
No, he's talking
No,
about...
not Evander.
Quai.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he did end up at heavyweight, and he fought into the 90s.
He fought on for another 11 years.
Did he get any ABC titles, or was he just a journeyman after this?
He remained a contender at cruiserweight, but at heavyweight, I think, is a step too far. What do you remember about Quay after this fight, Doctor?
Honestly, not much. He's in Mike Tyson terms, he just sort of faded off into Bolivian.
Speed is what I'm seeing here. We're not going to watch the whole of the fight, folks. I'm going to skip some rounds, but I definitely want to see the early couple of rounds. This wasn't really in the plan. It was one fight or the other, but there's
just power in that hook as well. You see how he rocked him back?
Oh, for sure.
And he's just stepping into everything so nicely.
Yeah. After watching the second fight, I haven't watched these fights for years, but these fights...
Just see that overcut then, for speed and power.
It was speed
and
and
power.
power.
It's a lead left uppercut. It's just ridiculous skill.
Oh, damn. 1, 2, 3 to the body from Quay. Speed. A lot of speed. And there's been some discussion about the fighters today. They got better nutrition, better training facilities. But I put it to you that the fighters of decades gone by.
Yeah, can I speak to that real quick?
Yeah, let me just finish the sentence, bro, and I'll come straight to you. Put it to you that the fighters of yesteryear, man, they were hungry, bro. Their training may have been simpler, but I put it to you that it was more boxing specific. Over to the fight doctor.
So I would actually make the argument that boxing, in terms of the skill set of modern day fighters, boxing has declined. It has regressed since about the 50s.
Amen.
Yeah, it has gone. I mean, because at the end of the day, how do you learn how to fight? Well, you learn how to fight by actually fighting.
Yeah.
And, I mean, like let's take a fighter like, for instance, Archie Moore. I mean, Archie Moore has, 141 knockouts?
Damn.
If I'm not mistaken, right?
It's a lot.
That's just knockouts. Okay? That's like you take the average boxer's career and you multiply that by 5. That's how many knockouts Archie Moore has. So, guys back in those days, they were fighting, and that's how you refine your craft, by actually fighting. Whereas nowadays, the guys at the top of the sport will fight, twice a year, maybe?
I was saying that just yesterday. Yesterday.
So, in a guy like Evander Holyfield, we're seeing that old school mindset, which produces the old school skill set, Whereas nowadays, these guys are all caught up in their PEDs, and they're not fighting often enough, and they're not, they really don't have that old school mindset. Guys in the 50s and the 60s, who took the time to refine their craft.
I tend to agree with that, but could it also not be the case of these guys are both smaller cruiserweights, and we could be comparing them against heavyweights? And usually smaller fighters like super mid or, light heavyweight or middleweight, they usually are more skilled fighters in the lower weight divisions than in the heavyweight division.
I think if you compare Holyfield in this fight compared to Alexander Usyk currently, Usyk can't take a fight to a person. He's no good. If you fight Usyk on the back foot, then Usyk doesn't really know what to do. it's not been a problem at cruiserweight because he's got a good reach. He's got like a 78-inch reach. But when that's an average reach, that it will be in heavyweight, well, how is he going to fight Tyson Fury when Tyson just jabs him from the outside for the whole thing?
Yeah.
But if you've got a fighter like Evander, Evander could fight Tyson because he's got an inside game. Whereas these days, that art is just totally lost. And Usyk's a classic example of that. So in terms of skill for skill, there's those guys are weight for weight, and Evander's skills just off the charts compared to Usyk, as far as I'm concerned.
Tony Bellew gave Usyk a good fight the first 6-7 rounds, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think there's a bit of reading of what Bellew
Then he
was
got
doing
worn
in
down.
that fight.
And Bellew was up on the cards at the time of the stoppage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was. I was impressed, and then I could just see him fading later on. I thought he's going to have him soon.
Yeah, I could see. He was on the cards. You carry on between yourselves, guys. I'm backstage doing some working my magic.
But I don't think size and skill can't go hand in hand. I think actually what Fight Doctor is saying is correct. If you look at the bigger heavyweights of days gone by who were known as big heavy punchers, they still had good skills. Sonny Liston was a good, skillful boxer. Yes. He wasn't just some brawler who's going to come out and not box.
Let me speak on Sonny Liston.
He had a massive reach though as well, didn't he?
Yeah, let me just come in there before I go back to John. Sonny Liston. I just want to put this out there. Sonny Liston, when I went back and had a look at his fights, he was a very, very talented boxer. But because of folklore, people often rely on folklore. And I must confess, I may have fallen into that trap myself regarding Sonny Liston. It's only when I sat down and I actually watched his fights that I realized, and I'm putting it out there, I'm saying it. Sonny Liston was a very talented boxer. Not brawler. People get it twisted because he's heavy-handed, but no, he was a talented boxer. And it speaks to the reason. It goes back to my philosophy that and the Fight Doctor has echoed it. The frequency of fights is important. So those guys were fighting frequently. And if you want to learn to fight, go and train, but then fight regularly. Back over to John Dealey.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was really the point I was making. It's like, whatever you talk about stature, I don't think it stops you from being skillful. It's a lack of focus. So I think the three things are inactivity, irrelevant, non-specific training, or at least too much of an emphasis on that. And unfortunately, declining good trainers as well.
Yeah. Indeed.
I don't know what you guys think about that, but I don't think being big stops you being skillful. I think there's a lack of focus on it.
Yeah, I would actually agree. There's a lack of skilled trainers in the sport nowadays.
It's been spoken of, but a lot of the old school trainers are gone, and I think that's had an effect. We see that. We see the results of that. I've said it before multiple times on the show Boxing Talk with Rafi. Maybe I need to make a standalone video about it, but there's this misconception. There is this misconception I see. What do I see before me? It is AK Jr. AK Jr. up in the building with a nice contribution to the funds. I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that tremendously. This thing don't run for free because of the amount of live shows that I put out there. This StreamYard thing ain't for free for me because I do more than, what does it say? The limit's 20 hours a month. I far exceed that. So I have to pay out of my own pocket. So it's much appreciated when someone takes the time out of their day and shows their appreciation. AK Jr. also follows me on Twitter. The Twitter link is in the chat. So please, for exclusive content, which you will find me posting on Twitter, hit the link in the if you've got Twitter already, don't go out your way. But if you already got Twitter, you can see the link in the chat. Kwai has just hit Evander Holyfield with a nice couple of hooks and more. Over to you guys.
I think Fight Doctor was talking last.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually watching my broadcast is a little bit delayed than the one that you guys are watching.
Oh,
But
okay.
right now I'm seeing Cowie work Holyfield against the ropes, doing some nice body work.
Yeah,
Did you see how Evander maneuvers him away from it though as well? He uses some real nice inside tricks to just get away from the ropes when he gets backed up there. I mean, Kwai is a good fighter. There's no getting away from the fact he's a good fighter and he's managing to take him there.
He's a damn good fighter.
Yeah.
I don't like how Cowie is eating these clean right hands
No,
and just walking right into him.
it ain't healthy.
It's not.
Healthy.
It's not. I think it's part of the tactic is to take him on the top of the head, but Evander's getting underneath.
He's getting underneath. He's slick.
For such a tall fighter.
Who was training Evander Holyfield at this point? Was it George Benton?
Yeah, George Benton and Lou Duvers, the two listed trainers, but I think it's Benton mostly.
That's right. George Benton. You see, we're talking about another old school trainer.
I think part of the problem is Evander's never trained anyone because he's too rich. So the knowledge is getting lost.
Yes.
You know, there's no incentive for these super rich boxers to really train anybody.
Do you not think he sounds a bit punchy now, though?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a separate issue because he could have if he'd have instead of carried on boxing far too long, maybe he wouldn't be punchy now, and he could have been a good trainer.
Maybe you can be a good trainer and actually, you can still be a trainer and be a little bit punchy.
Well, yeah, we could use Freddie Roach, who's got Parkinson's, can't we, as an example? He's got Parkinson's, but he's still a good trainer.
That's a great example. And
I think he's a bit overrated for me, though.
Yeah. Some people would say that. I understand that. He's not my pick. Bit too.
I don't think he teaches skills, to be honest.
Yeah. He's not my first pick at all. Freddie Roach, not my first pick at all. There's a clicking going on. So the best thing to do to avoid that is to mute yourself when you're not speaking, and then boom, when you want to speak, just boom, unmute.
Yeah, it's me, so I'll do it on the PC instead. I keep doing it on my mic, just in case you hear me breathing or something by accident.
Yeah, I got you. I hear you. It's all cool. It's not.
Does it still click if I do this, just as a quick test?
No click at all.
I'll do that instead then.
Appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem I'm having is the mute's right across the middle of the ring.
Yeah. I think you've got good mic control by now. I think you're cool. You so long as you're silent in between. It was only Michael J. White with the clicking issue, but it's good now.
I'm new to this. Like I said, I only came on because of yesterday.
Yeah. Mistaken identity. We thought Michael J. was the fight doctor because he was saying things the fight doctor we would expect the fight doctor to say, and we thought. But interestingly enough, we now got the fight doctor and the English version.
I'm not going to lie. I agree totally with what the fight doctor said. 100% all day today as well.
Yeah,
it sounds like that man. It sounds like Mr. White knows his boxing. That's what that is.
Yeah. Well, I was watching.
He's the white version.
After they accused me of being the fight doctor, I went back and watched the Tyson videos from the day before, and I really wish I was on that stream.
We'd have had two fights. We'd have had the English.
It was just painful to watch because I knew exactly what you were talking about, but it felt like you were on your own in there.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it all. I mean, my view on Tyson is that his punching power was overrated. A large part of his early resume is poor caliber, but his frequency of fighting was often twice a month, sometimes more than that.
Mhm.
And the reason he was fed so many low caliber fighters was because the overall plan was to get him into the HBO heavyweight competition for the undisputed heavyweight championship. I think there's credible top 10 people that he put on there. So is he overrated? Yes. Is he the most powerful puncher of all time? Definitely not. Was he a very good boxer? Yes, he was. The one thing that is never spoken about is his foot speed, which was just phenomenal.
Who are we talking about?
Tyson.
Yes. Mike Tyson, yes.
Yes. And also his ability to put combinations together and his punch accuracy, which I think is one of the things that Fight Doctor was talking about. Archie Moore's.
Most definitely. Like I said, the heavyweight division had never seen that combination of speed and power. You know, listen, Mike Tyson was a counterpuncher, okay? And, you know, a lot of his knockouts were punches that the guy didn't see coming. You know, he had this combination.
Yeah.
And listen, Mike Tyson actually was a southpaw. He's a converted southpaw. And early in his career, you watch his fights, he'd get a guy against the ropes, he turned southpaw, and he would throw this right hook to the body, right uppercut combination that was just killer. And if you got caught with it, you were going to go see the canvas. You know, and his punching power a little overrated. He definitely isn't like the hardest punching heavyweight. No, it's just that he was so fast and so accurate, and he was hitting you with a punch that you did not see coming.
I think that goes back to what you were talking about power isn't everything. Because Archie Moore's a great example of that, of someone who is a knockout artist, someone who can put combinations, someone who can put you into traps and set up his knockouts and hit you on the button. That, you know, it isn't just power. It's like Fight Doctor said, delivery is the key.
Yes.
Power is nothing without control.
Yeah.
Do you guys not think the 80s was a weak era of boxing for the heavyweights?
Well, I mean, you can break them all down though. They've all got their flaws.
Like, let's just say from 84 to 89, what would you say the top 3 elite boxers were of that, you know, those dates?
Well, you've got a transitional period from the end of Larry Holmes, so they're trying to find the best boxers, aren't they?
Yeah.
But Trevor Berbick was definitely decent.
Yes.
Was he ever going to be elite? No. But he'd gone the full distance with Larry and given him a decent fight. Pinkland Thomas.
But would you class an old Holmes as elite in the late 80s? Would you still say he was an elite?
In the late 80s, was Holmes still elite? Well,
he's got some incredible wins.
Yeah. Well, when you're coming off, how I'd answer to that is, would you say he was elite when he was in his prime? Would you say he was elite?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're saying is that an elite fighter, they rise up with anything. They rise up a fighter's skill level. It rises up as they compete, and then at some point they reach a peak, and then it goes down the hill, slowly goes down the hill.
It's father time.
Yeah. So what I say is that towards the end of his career, then he was coming down off the peak. That's how I'd answer that question.
So I think it's fair to say that Holmes essentially took the late 80s off. You know, he suffered the knockout. I think the knockout to Tyson was in 88.
Yeah. Could have been.
88, I think it was.
It could have been.
Is it 88 or 87?
I'll Google
It's
it.
not 87, 88 time range. And then I don't think we really hear anything from him until like the early 90s. Now, I could be wrong, but Holmes was a non-factor in the late 80s.
Yeah, 88.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my opening gambit. We got a transition from the end of what you class as Holmes's reign to find the new dominant champion. And I think the way that Mike Tyson was built up has created a lot of hype that still exists to hype him up to he's not as good as he's hyped to be. He's overrated. But was he good? Yes, he was. Did he have tremendous skills? Particular skill set. He was very good at that particular skill set. The other heavyweights, I think, were decent. You know, how you can make a case of how good was Joe Frazier really. He beat one top 10 heavyweight. Every other time he really came up against the top guys, he got found short. How good was Ken Norton really? You know, and that's the era that most people in this day and age was classed as the best era of heavyweights.
Yeah.
And then when we're talking about primes, I mean, what's Muhammad Ali's best achievement? Is it winning the Rumble in the Jungle? Because he's definitely past his prime there, but he still went on to do great things. So it is. I just think it's never quite as clear cut as we like to think it is when we're looking back.
Yeah. What I will say is that Larry Holmes beat the likes of Ray Mercer. Lost by unanimous decision to Evander Holyfield in '92.
Then Oliver McCall.
He beat Ray Mercer in '92, unanimous decision. Lost to Evander Holyfield in '92, unanimous decision. What's another big fight? Oliver McCall.
Larry Holmes actually represented himself very well in both the Holyfield and the McCall fights. I thought.
Lost unanimous decision to younger guys. So even though he's coming down from the hill, he's still mixed. He's still going the full distance with younger guys, world champions, or ex-world champions, or future world champions. So he's still a top fighter. Whether you want to use the word elite at that stage of his career, well, that's up to you. But,
do you think those two losses to Spinks prior to fighting Mike Tyson might have hit him mentally though as well? Because they were his first losses as well.
Yeah, I think so. He lost to Spinks in 85, and then again in 86. Unanimous decision. Remember though, the second loss to Spinks was a split decision. And personally, my personal opinion is he didn't lose the first fight to Spinks, but that's just personal opinion. Am I correct in saying if he'd have won that fight, he'd have drawn with Rocky Marciano's record?
Yeah. I mean, I think the fix was in on that fight.
Yeah.
I think
they didn't want to give it to him.
The media in America was still super racist.
Yes.
As opposed to mildly racist as it is now.
Holmes had made that comment about Rocky Marciano leading up to the first Spinks fight, and I think it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. Now, did that have something to do with the outcome of the fight? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But, Holmes was at the end of, his prime was over. He didn't look good in his last couple of fights, his previous couple of fights. And, be honest, I don't think he looked particularly good in the first Spinks fight.
If everyone's honest about it, Spinks is a cherry pick gone wrong. Larry was more bothered about the record than who he was fighting, and prior to Spinks, the fighters aren't that great. And he picked up a light heavyweight champion, which lots of great heavyweights have done over the past.
Yeah,
and it went wrong for him. Was he robbed on the cards? Maybe.
I think so.
I tend to agree with that, and I think it's the root cause of its racism.
I agree.
But
sorry to interrupt you, but I gotta say this. I remember the talk with my friends at the time, and it was pretty much unanimous that that Larry Holmes won that fight. We all watched it as kids. Pretty unanimous that Larry Holmes won it, and even as kids, we felt that there was political reasons behind that to prop up Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? 2 years after the Jerry Cooney fight, I think after the Jerry Cooney fight is when Larry takes his foot off the gas, really, and he just focuses in on trying to sort of establish some legacy.
Yeah, Jerry Cooney fight was in '82.
So 3 years after that.
Yeah,
that was the Eastern Assassin at his best, the Cooney fight.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I'd say that's like his peak, and then after that, I think he didn't necessarily check out, but I think he just wanted to try and set some records the easiest way he could after he beat Cooney.
Fought Tim Witherspoon.
Yeah, actually, no. To be fair, Witherspoon's a good win.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say Jerry Cooney was his peak. It was a great performance, but I don't know about the peak because like I just said, Tim Witherspoon a couple of years later. He won. Well, I don't want to talk about too many decisions because we're going to be looking at some of these fights. We're going to be looking at some of these fights.
Rafi's getting some stuff lined up.
I'm getting some stuff lined up, mate. I got some ideas, mate. I got some ideas.
Yeah, there's a lot out there.
There's a lot out there. There's a lot to chop up. Beat. What's that? James Smith. I always forget that's Bone Crusher. We never call him James. Bone Crusher Smith a year after he beat Tim Witherspoon.
Yeah, but I mean, I always thought Bone Crusher Smith was a bit of a...
Yeah, not to say Bone Crusher Smith wasn't. Bone Crusher Smith was Bone Crusher Smith.
I think for Larry,
yeah,
I'd class that as a step down in competition because Larry was that good.
Yeah,
and and there's no getting away from how good Larry was. I mean, he just never gets any shine for it.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes people forget how good other people were. For example, one guy who never gets a mention was Carl the Truth Williams. Very talented boxer, in my opinion.
He was a damn good fighter.
Yeah. And you see, people see the name Carl Williams and they forget that he was the truth.
I like that, Rafi.
I like it myself, John. I got
that's what I like about this fight that we're watching now.
Yeah,
everybody just remembers Holyfield as a heavyweight, and they forget about what a fast, skilled boxer he was.
Yes. Very, very talented. Very, very talented indeed.
And what I don't like, what I really don't like is how Cowie is just sort of coming forward, almost no head movement, and just eating punches.
It's very unhealthy. Totally unhealthy.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing. I think he does have head movement to start off with. I think that's the effects of... It's a 15-round fight where it takes a lot of punishment. Early on, he is a difficult target to hit, and as the fight goes on, it just slows up.
I tell you what, I could definitely see a guy like Joe Frazier giving Holyfield some problems.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, if Joe Frazier was a better version of Muhammad Kwai, I always want to call him Braxton, then yeah. Was Joe Frazier better than Braxton?
Well,
in my mind,
to start off with.
Yeah, so Frazier is a full-fledged heavyweight for one, and for two, Frazier maintained his head movement throughout the course of the fight. Right now you just see Cowie coming forward, eating punches. I mean, yeah, he had some head movement in the early parts of the stages of the fight, but now he's just, coming forward, eating punches for lunch. I don't understand.
Just fighting like a Mexican, just like head down, going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's not illegal to move your head. Last I checked.
I think it's a couple of things. I think he's still pretty old in this fight, isn't he? 33 or 32?
36.
In this fight, the first fight?
Yeah, he's not 36.
Oh, is this the first one? Sorry, I thought it was the second.
No, the other one he was 34 as well. He wasn't 36.
Yeah, we watched the first fight. We watched the second fight.
The second fight is 34. So in this fight, it's the year before, so he's 33 or 32. Yeah. So he's still not a young fighter. And I mean, he is trying to move his head there.
Yeah.
But when they're getting close and they are chest to chest, I think he wants to get on his chest and wail on his body as well.
Well, interestingly, on the outside, he moves his head a bit, but when he gets on the inside, his head seems to be more stationary, unfortunately for him. And he's not moving his head, it's his whole body. It's his whole body. Okay.
Yeah, he's a waist bender.
Yeah, he's a waist bender, yeah. And with Kwai, you notice that his both shoulders, he's not totally square. He's not totally square, no. But there are times when he is square.
If you watch the second fight, that's one of the things that he seemed to try and adjust. Kwai goes a bit more side on in the second fight.
I was totally square.
Yeah.
Totally square. Look at that.
But then Evander just moves him off the ropes, just a little nudge there.
Yeah.
Just nice.
Yeah.
I mean, Fraser may well have given him trouble.
More trouble than Kwai.
You know, who's to say he wouldn't? The fact that he was a genuine heavyweight, but he's certainly like a 200-pound fighter. I mean, but also, I don't know. It would be an interesting matchup for me.
It would be an interesting matchup, no doubt about it. And so we come back again to the notion that as society progresses, people get more sophisticated, things get better. Not necessarily. I talked about it before. I think was it this week about lost civilizations, civilizations that were more superior in technology than civilizations which came after them. So if you study sociology, you will know that society doesn't always, or civilizations doesn't always get better. Civilization.
The Great Pyramid. Excellent example.
There you go. Still trying to figure out to this day how they did it. People don't know how they did it. Still trying to figure out.
Clue.
Lost civilizations, folks. People don't always get more intelligent. Sometimes people in evolution, sometimes there is devolution.
The interesting thing about the pyramids is they didn't have the wheel, and the stone was a long distance away from the site it was built. It had to be ferried up the river. And each individual block in the pyramids is several tons. So how do you move that amount of time? Because with a wheel, if you have no wheel, you don't have a pulley either.
Correct.
So how they moved it.
El Jefe wants in. Sorry to interrupt you. El Jefe wants in. Link in the chat for El Jefe. Sorry, Jefe. El Jefe link is in the chat. Yeah, John Dealey. The wheel.
Yeah, so you know, if you want to move a heavyweight these days, obviously you use a crane, but that's still reliant on having a pulley system.
It is still reliant on the pulley system, and in comes the man like El Jefe. Damn. Who just fell? Was that a fall or a slip or a what? That wasn't a count. That was a slip.
It is water in the corner.
There's water in the corner. El Jefe, how do you do?
Yo, what's going on, man? Appreciate for having me on, Ralphie.
Yo, El Jefe.
What fight is this, bro?
It's all good, bro. It's the first Evander Holyfield versus Dwight Muhammad Cowie. I remember him.
Okay, this was that cruiserweight, bro. He looks real skinny.
Who looks skinny? Evander?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I think the cruiserweight limit was still a little bit less than as well.
So who else is on here in the panel? That sounds like L Dog. Who's that?
Who you got? No. This is John Dealey, my friend. That's John Dealey you just heard.
Oh, okay. I know John Dealey. He's a dude that with the ripped picture where he's ripped and shit.
Ripped John Dealey, yeah, he takes his exercise seriously, no doubt. So we got John Dealey.
How many push-ups you do, John Dealey?
I don't really do push-ups, Raphael.
Oh, okay.
He's more of a gymnast-based trainer. You know, he's got the rings. And the COVID era, he's got the rings wrapped around.
Raphael, I've got a lot of stuff here now. I've got a bench. I can squat. I can deadlift. I've got all sorts.
So you're more of a corporate type of workout.
Well, sorry, what's a corporate workout? Do you do muscle ups, LFA?
No, I'm saying
I'm just asking the question. Can you do muscle ups?
And you need. No, I'm saying it's a corporate workout. That's what we call it. Nothing bad about it.
So is a muscle up part of a corporate workout?
The what?
A muscle up?
A muscle up? Nah, I'm just saying when you need machines and all that shit, that's corporate.
No, I don't use any machines. I use either free weights or body weight exercise.
Oh, okay. So you do like pull-ups and all that shit. Okay.
Yeah, so like a muscle up is a pull up into a dip.
Yeah, I need to get my pull-up game up, bro, because I don't do pull-ups. All I do is push-ups and sit-ups.
I told you about told you about the pull-ups, my friend. I told you got to get on the pull-ups because you're missing out a vital part. And also, I don't think you do burpees either, El Jefe. So you're missing out.
Bro.
You're missing out on the leg development and the core.
Burpees are essential.
Y'all take vitamins and nutrients and shit, bro. Protein.
I take a B supplement, vitamin B supplement, because that's often missed out by people. People often lack on that. It's a multivitamin, but it's got a lot of vitamin B in it, the B complex. I also take fish oils. What is that? What
That's
is
for the joint.
The joints, the fish oils, also for the skin though. Oils, essential oils. It's for everything. It's for everything. It's not just the skin, for the eyesight. So I recommend a multivitamin, but particularly rich in the B complex. Essential for vegetarians, the B complex, and the fish oils. That's my stack. That's my stack.
Rather than using cod liver oil, I know some multivitamins called Anavite. If you type Anavite in Google, I use them. It costs about £20 a box, but they're literally the best, multivitamins you can buy on the market. They have everything in them. They're basically a bodybuilder's perfect vitamin. It's got taurine in there as well. B complex.
Yeah.
I like to try and get all of my micronutrients from natural sources.
Very sensible.
Y'all take any like pre-workout or anything like that?
No. Well, coffee. I have coffee, but what people don't understand about black coffee, if it's real coffee beans, it's got more antioxidants in than green tea. So you can get most things that you want.
Vicious combination by Holyfield.
Yeah, it's just
opening up viciously. Let's talk about the fight, Jefe.
Yeah.
We can do a sports podcast, you, me, and John. I can set that up.
Evander Holyfield's getting tagged up, man. I don't see no defense, bro.
Well, he got tagged there, but he was the one doing a tag in a couple of seconds early.
Didn't you just see how he caught it on his arms? So if you actually look at on the inside, Evander does a lot of catching and parrying and blocking, which I think is a bit of a lost art. You see how he catches there with his right hand. And
something about these old school fighters, bro. They're real comfortable about fighting in the inside, bro, and even taking shots. It was just like they're real comfortable in the ring. Like nowadays, dudes are scared to get hit, man.
We've been talking about this. We've been talking about this. How do you get better? How do you get better at fighting?
I thought that as well a while ago, a few years ago. But is it not a case of boxers hit harder these days? Because I was watching Tyson versus Razor Ruddock, about 6 months ago, and the amount of punches those two were taking and throwing at each other was insane. And I was trying to think of a heavyweight fight these days where they could do that, and the only one I could think of was like Chisora versus White.
Okay.
But I just wondered if it's a case of because the heavier they hit harder, and they can sustain more damage. Well,
that could be a factor. That could be a factor. But let me put this to you: imagine the average man from the 1950s. Imagine the average man. Let's say take a 11-stone man from the 1950s, and then take an 11-stone man from today. Who do you think would be the fitter man?
1950s. Definitely.
Yeah, they were harder people. They were working people. They were fitter people.
Yeah, it's beyond the internet era, wasn't it?
They weren't sitting down. Watching TV. They weren't sitting down watching TV. They weren't
doing what we're doing right now.
They're mentally tougher, bro.
Tougher.
And you know what else they weren't doing? They weren't eating the crap that we pass off as food nowadays.
Well, yeah, that's to be avoided at all costs. And I think there's a lot of other stuff that's got lost. Sonny Liston, when he trained with Foreman, thought Foreman was lazy. And they used to wheel barrows up a hill in a quarry quite a long way, repetitively, and just doing stuff like that. Manual work is a tremendous way to build up a wide range of strength. That, is very lost in most cases these days.
Totally. Manual work. There were manual workers. They did more walking. They were just fitter, stronger people that didn't eat the crap.
And they took pride, bro. They took pride in outworking you, bro. It was more of a man thing, bro, going on, bro.
Yes.
Now
yes.
everybody tries to find a way to a quick route for everything, bro. So
100%. 100%.
Aesthetics and peds, the ego era.
Yeah, well, men are not as physical on the whole today as they were in the 50s. What was it? 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. Well, damn, the 50s was 70 years ago. Didn't realize it was that far back, but there you go. Even in the 60s, maybe even in the 70s. Even in the 70s, there's still a lot of manual work going on. Everybody,
80s were after there's loads of manual work going on.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, all the money that I used to make when I was a teenager was from manual work. It was available to me from my family, so it was always about it.
Yeah, manual work. And today, no, it's not the same. Different animals. Food. I mean, I remember my uncle. I remember one of my uncles said, I tried a Milky Way one time. Milky Way is you guys in America call it candy. It's a kind of like a chocolate, small little chocolate thing with a kind of whey mixed up, light filling. And he said, yeah, I tried. I was a kid at the time. He was talking to me. He said, yeah, I tried a Milky Way. Well, I think I was eating a Milky Way. So I tried one of those one time, and that was the only sweet or candy that he ever ate. He said he didn't like it. That was the only candy that ever passed his lips. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's just all the crap food. Nah. Coming as a West Indian Caribbean guy, it was just pure foods. It was just rice, sweet potato, yams, plenty of vegetables, and whatever meat was on the table on that particular day. That's it, just the purest food. And it's funny because now that's what bodybuilders eat. your rice and your meats, and your vegetables. Boom, that was it. None of this McDonald's for dinner. Wimpy became the first 4 McDonald's over in the UK. None of that crap. Just good, solid carb source, good solid protein source, and good solid vegetables every meal. Well, not for breakfast. I mean, for every main meal. Different species, different animals.
There's no
different mentality. Different mentality back in those days too.
Different mentality.
Yeah, definitely when it comes down to things that involve doing 8 hours of manual work will develop mental toughness and a will to keep going. That is very difficult to replicate in a gym.
Mm-hmm.
And
Facts.
If you look, sorry?
Facts.
And I mean, certainly, I keep talking about him, but I mean, a lot of the old school fighters. I'm sure Fraser grew up on a farm.
Yeah, he did.
If you grow up on a farm, you're going to do manual work from the get-go.
Absolutely,
it's just part of life, and farming is hardcore manual work.
I spoke about it before. I spoke about farmers before. I used to go past an area that was very rural. And, so obviously I'm mixing with rural people. And I tell you what, mate, I was young at the time, just out of my teens. And I tell you what, those farmers, they were built like houses. Those young farmers used to mix with some young farmers. They were lifting bag hails.
And they breed farming kids as well. That usually hench as well.
Yes, they do. They do.
But I think the sports in general and society in general is just getting softer, bro. Because even basketball, soccer, any sport, it's going downhill in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's different mentality.
But then you got young OGs like El Jefe, man. We're bringing back that mentality, bro. So hopefully it could reemerge, man.
Young guy, you coming up. If you ever need any advice, I was watching your stream the other day. Look at those hooks from Kwai, and a lot of people were giving you advice about this, telling you that. But it's your channel. You run it how you want to run it. If you need any behind the scenes advice from somebody who's just been in, not long, had to go through some of the shizzle that you went through, people trying to impose their opinions on you and telling you how to do your shizzle. So I had to go through that not long ago, but I found my way very quickly. So if you ever need to talk behind the scenes, don't be afraid to talk to me, because I see talent in you. You're a cheeky little fella, but you know, I think I see talent in you nonetheless. So don't be afraid to get in contact with me.
Yeah, man, appreciate it.
No problem whatsoever.
Ain't no group thinking, bro. People want me to group think, but I ain't no group thinker, bro. It's all about being a trendsetter, man, nowadays, bro.
You gotta be yourself. Gotta be yourself.
Yo, y'all think Evander Holyfield would have beat Usyk at cruiserweight?
Easy.
It shouldn't even be up for discussion.
Shouldn't even be.
We've kind of had this already.
Okay.
But we talk about it. Yeah. Talk about it, though.
Yeah.
It's because I'm seeing this fight, bro, and I could see Usyk having some success, man.
Really? Remember he's fighting.
Yeah, bro. I think
Usyk
is bigger than Evander Holyfield, and I think the southpaw stance.
You have to look at. You're looking at Evander Holyfield fighting a shorter guy. Obviously, if he's fighting a taller guy, it's a different fight. You have to look at Kwai's qualities. He comes in, head on your chest. So you got to fight according. You cut your cloth according to the required fit.
They're actually the same size as well. I think. Well, there's like half an inch advantage to Usyk, but reach is the same. So they've both got a 78-inch reach. Holyfield's 6'2.5". Mm-hmm. So Usyk isn't really a bigger guy. I'd give Holyfield the edge on speed, and he's a much more versatile fighter. Usyk can't fight coming forward.
Yeah. So you know you're looking at a different. Why does it slow down? I hope it's okay. There we are. Holyfield nice with his combination. Real nice. I think he'd piece up Holyfield, Hefe. Piece him up. Tougher as well. Tougher. Remember?
Do you think David A beat Usyk in his prime?
Good question.
Yeah, I would favor Holyfield, but I'm happy. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I would have been, pretty good.
The Hay, who are you asking? Hay would beat Usyk or Hay would beat Holyfield?
Usyk. Prime Hay.
No, Holyfield knocks out Hay, and it wouldn't be particularly pretty.
No,
that's not the question.
Hey, come on, bro. Get Hay the fuck out of here.
Usyk. You're talking Hay v Usyk fight, doctor. Talking Hay v.
No, I'm talking about in a David Hay Evander Holyfield matchup. I think Holyfield knocks out Hay, and he does it in a spectacular fashion.
What about Hay? What about Hay v Usyk?
Nah, Usyk beat Hay. Hay is probably one of the most overrated fighters, bro, in recent history, man. That's facts.
Okay, but see now here's the deal. Now, I would agree, Hay is a bit overrated. However, the man could punch, and Usyk is there to be hit.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that easy, bro. You say he could punch, bro, but Usyk has underrated defense, man.
I think it's quite a close fight between Hay and Usyk.
I think it's very close.
Yeah. Like, who did Usyk really beat at cruiserweight, bro? Really think about that, man.
Say that again?
Who did Hay really beat at cruiserweight?
John McCormick.
Come on, bro.
So it made him a undisputed champion.
Is he better than Garcia, bro? I'm not trying to debate, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
But just who's Gassiev actually beaten? He's beaten.
Bro, Gassiev is up there, bro. Have you seen him fight?
I like Gassiev. He
beat Dawkins, bro. Dawkins was a really good fighter.
Only really good name on his resume. Like, I'm not saying Hay beats Usyk. I think it would be a close fight.
It's very close.
Whereas Evander Holyfield, for me, beats all of them comfortably.
Bro, I don't like to overrate UK fighters, man. No disrespect to UK, but David Hay was very overrated, bro. Tony Bellew whooped that ass, bro. And Tony Bellew, come on.
Hold on,
he got knocked the fuck out by you.
Yeah, that's not fair at all. I mean, David Hay.
What do you mean that's not fair, bro? Hold on,
LFA. if you ask a question, have the courtesy to listen to the person's
No,
response.
because I want to know who it is, bro, so I can respond to him. Who's the one speaking?
Fight doctor.
Okay, fight doctor. Okay,
But
go
still,
ahead.
I mean,
My bad.
regardless of who it is, I mean, they have the right to reply and the right to, be able to reply without, interruption. Fight doctor, please.
So David Haye was coming off of a surgery on his Achilles. He had the surgery on his shoulder. So the David Haye that Tony Bellew fought was just a shadow of what the man used to be. So, I mean, the man was at the tail end. I mean, like the Haye, the Bellew knockout in the second fight, that was his last fight, man. So, I mean, that's just not, wasn't David Haye.
So you have excuses for
It's not
you have excuses for David Haye, but Tony Bellew wasn't old. They're two has-beens, bro. And Tony Bellew just had better technique, bro. All David Haye relied on was athleticism, bro, and the power. Other than that, he's you could dissect him, man. Usyk had the amateur experience, bro. He had the pedigree, he had the technique to outdo Haye, bro, and that's 100% facts, bro.
Tony Bellew got better with age, and when he
Listen,
reached cruiserweight.
I'm not
Because he was
disputing.
technically good, bro. That's why.
I'm not disagreeing that Bellew had a better skill set than David Haye. I actually agree with you. However, skill set does not determine who wins the fight. Not always. All right. Roy Jones Jr. had a ton of flaws, but he's the best fighter I've ever seen. In his prime, the man was untouchable. But in terms of his skill set as a fighter, he had a lot of flaws. His jab was shit. Okay, but there might be one or two light heavyweights in history I would pick to beat him. One or two, maybe. Nobody in middleweight.
I've got a fancy matchup for you, Fight Doctor. Archie Moore versus have I forgotten that? We're just talking about him.
Archie Moore versus
Who was Fight Doctor just talking about? With all the flaws.
Roy Jones Jr.?
David
Yeah,
Haye.
exactly. Yeah, Roy Jones Jr. versus Archie Moore at light heavyweight. Who have you got for that one, Fight
Roy
Doctor?
Jones.
I don't know. It's tough. Listen, Archie Moore at his absolute best was a hell of a fighter. I mean, you talk about a guy who rated at heavyweight in his 40s. Okay, the guy didn't get a shot at the light heavyweight crown until he was like in his late 30s because nobody wanted to fight him because he was just that good. So
yeah, Archie Moore really was that good. I mean, there's no getting away
I
from it.
mean, when you're talking about Archie Moore, you're talking about the best of the best. The man was amazing. So that's a tough fight. I don't know. Listen, if you're going to go on like who had more grit, who had just like the package to beat Roy Jones, Archie Moore.
Yeah, I think I'd err with that, but Roy Jones has got that X factor. He's got some incredible athleticism that other fighters.
Yeah, but Roy Jones ducked the James Toney rematch, bro. We could say that.
Yeah, but
he did
that doesn't take away from the fact that Roy Jones is one of the most athletic fighters to ever grace the ring.
No, I ain't saying that, but I'm saying this. He did duck the James Toney smoke.
I was going to say was that Archie Moore is up there in terms of skill with anybody in the history of the sport.
Okay, what era did Archie Moore fight?
Sorry, guys, I'm going to get off now, yeah?
Hey.
Have a good one.
Speaking to you all. It's better than being on the sidelines in the chat.
Say that again.
All right, thank you.
Better than being in the sidelines on the chat this time.
Michael, Jay White.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good one, Fight Doctor.
Consider yourself
right,
welcome. Consider yourself welcome over here on the panel. It's good to get some fresh blood in. Most welcome. Most welcome. We're coming up to the end of this fight. Where are we? I think it's almost like the 11th or 12th round. So we're real close. We're real close.
I want to ask Fight Doctor a question, bro. Fight Doctor, were you the one that was debating on EJ's last time, bro? I don't know if it's correct.
I've been over to EJ a couple of times.
Like
So
a
that
day
might have
ago
been
or
me.
2 days ago.
That was me, yes.
Okay, all right. I think I heard of you before. You debated Jalik, right? Jalik the leader?
I think so. Yeah, that was him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the guy.
What is
Yo,
that? At the end? Is that 12? That's the 12th.
It's not 12, Raf. This is one of the last 15.
This is a 15. Yeah, this is a 15-round fight.
Have we just
This is
watched 15 rounds? Have we just watched 15 rounds? You're right. It was a 15. It was when the 15, just before the 15 rounds ended.
Yes.
Yeah,
old
it's one of the
school.
last ones.
Damn, one of the last ones. One of the last ones. Don't be afraid to smash that like button. Don't be afraid to smash that Hey, El Jefe, are you subscribed? I haven't seen your list. I haven't seen your name on the list of subscribers, bro.
Yeah, bro, I did. I don't
Okay.
know. So my shit be tripping sometimes. I don't know because I don't receive notifications either, man. So
Oh, you
these
gotta
YouTube shits are all crazy, bro.
go back in your settings and redo them. Always go through your settings. I have to do that every now and then. Make sure everything is where it's supposed to be.
Hey, we gotta run it back, bro.
We got to run.
Ralphie, we gotta run that debate back, bro.
Oh, you want to debate again? Well, where were you? I was here.
No, I was in the mountains that time. I couldn't, I was kind of busy.
He was in the mountains again. Well, bro, over here, I'm always happy to have a healthy debate. What's your topic? What do you want to debate on?
Oh, we could do the. I don't really want to do Deontay Wilder no more, man. So I'm kind of tired of Deontay Wilder.
I'd steer clear of that if I was you.
What do you want to debate on then?
We could do Mayweather versus Thomas Hearns, bro. I think that's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, I've had people who want to debate me on that.
What's the title of that debate? What would the title of that debate be?
Oh, who you got, Mayweather or Thomas Hearns?
Mayweather versus Tommy Hearns?
Yeah.
Little Mayweather. So what, is he going to take some growth hormone and grow? What? You mean Mayweather at his weight?
Well, leave that for the debate, man.
Well, they're both fought at 140.
I got Mayweather, basically.
They both fought Rafi. They both fought at welterweight, didn't they? So they could have met at welterweight.
See this guy over here? Can anybody tell me the name of this guy over here? Let me just.
That's Chris Eubanks, isn't it?
So wait, that's Tyrell Biggs.
That's Tyrell Biggs.
Didn't he have Breland in his corner as well? Because they're all from the same Olympics team.
Yeah, that's Breland right there. I think that's the back of
Breland. Yeah. Breland is there. Is Sweet Pea there?
I don't know. I can't see him.
Because one of the most amazing things about Evander Holyfield in the Olympics is he wasn't expected to qualify. And during the games, he was expected to win the best boxer with Pernell Whitaker and Mark Breland in the same team.
That's a tough ask.
The only reason that he didn't is because he got cheated out of getting into the final. In the semi-final, he knocks out Kevin Barry. He throws a body shot which drops Kevin Barry, and he finishes off, I think, with a left hook.
Yeah.
And at that point, that's when the referee shouts stop and then disqualifies him.
Disqualifies him for what?
So, as he was just seeing how fast Evander was. So he's throwing a body shot and followed it up with a hook. And the ref shouts stop at the body shot. And obviously it's too late for Evander to stop, so he disqualifies him.
Oh, shizzle, my nizzle.
That's why he was robbed from the gold. And that kind of made him a hero in America, though. In a way, it raised his profile more.
Yeah, I remember he was robber. I didn't know the specific detail. There's Tyrell Biggs, folks. Most people...
And the guy who's fighting is Joseph Parker's trainer, I'm pretty certain.
Oh, yeah. Kevin Barry. Yeah,
Kevin Barry, yeah.
That's right. Kevin Barry. Tyrell Biggs, most people remember him for his fight against Mike Tyson. Most unfortunate. That was not his best hour. Not at all. Most unfortunate. Let that play. Come to the end of the fight. So what were you saying about there's a young Breland. Who's this little guy?
Is it Sweet Pea?
I don't know. He's very fresh faced. Could have been, but he's very, very fresh. No, I think Sweet Pea's darker.
Okay.
I think it was Sweet Pea. Don't think it was Sweet Pea. He was a lighter complexion. It's Sweet Pea. No, Sweet Pea's standing right in front of him. That's not Sweet Pea, but Sweet Pea's standing right in front of him. This is like a Hall of Fame.
That's the 84 Olympic team, basically.
That's the 84 Olympic team.
Yeah. And they were doing that at the fights. They're all going together.
Yeah, there's a Carl Withers lookalike there. Over here, from the.
I think that's Tommy Brooks. I think
That's is that Tommy Brooks? The younger
That's Tommy Brooks.
Damn.
Yeah, that's Tommy Brooks.
You're right. You're right. That's a young Tommy Brooks. Is this Sweet Pea here? This is like a Hall of Fame. Right in the ring. I'm just picking out damn famous faces.
It's one of the best Olympic teams. If you actually look at the lineup of the team.
No doubt. Let me not neglect the chat. What's going on in the chat? In fact, let me take that down there so we don't get no. Can I use some sound? Can I use a little bit of sound?
Team Tana scores the fight 147-138 for the winner. And new Evander Holyfield.
This is the first fight, folks. This is Evander Holyfield's 12th fight. Evander Holyfield's 12th fight.
The man who suffered the greatest disappointment would be the first to achieve a world title. The new WBA World Junior Heavyweight Champion, Evander.
Junior heavyweight. That's what they used to call cruiserweight, junior heavyweight.
I
It was
guess,
pretty new division, wasn't it?
I guess so. The Olympic team are there with him. There's Brayland here. Terrell Biggs there. Then we just seen Sweet Pea go off camera to the left here somewhere. So they were very much a team. They were very much a team, even though what? They were very much a team.
It's only 2 years after Raph.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no even though. It's just the team. They were still the Olympic team. They still had that team bond. Still had the bond. Am I gonna get copyrighted for this? The audio?
Probably, bro. Just mute it.
Yeah, I just muted it there. Yeah. I don't need no copyright issues. This was a great show. Wouldn't want it to be stricken. We want it to be stricken from the books. There's Kwai talking. I don't know. Can I get a bit of Kwai?
What do you think of him as a fighter? Last time, very good. Any surprises? With his family, yes, good family. What am I gonna do now, boy? But I'm going back to the drawing board. I'm not finished. I just sort of trained the section out a little longer. But I took him the distance, and I felt as though I won. I felt he wasn't doing enough. I was more aggressive. I was placing the most punishing shots. Of course, he got like 4 or 5 rounds, but that's all. Okay, Dwight. Thanks very much, and good luck in the future.
Meldrick Taylor, the guy I couldn't name was Meldrick Taylor. Yeah, that's a good spot there. Jalik Meldrick Taylor. That's the name I couldn't forget. Okay, let's what are we gonna hear? We're gonna hear from Holyfield.
You looked to me like you gave out a little bit in the 5th and 6th round, and then you got that second win.
Yeah, well, at the 5th and 6th round, I started giving in to the whole Holyfield. When I thought about it, I had a lot on the line, and guard was behind me. I knew all I had to do was just make the effort.
Does this make up for that loss of the gold in the Olympics in '84?
Well, that was amateur, but I think this makes up for everything. This is the biggest thing that ever happened to me in my life, so the second largest boost price in my life.
Did he ever hurt you?
Well, he hurt me once. I think in about the 4th or 5th round, I can't really say, but he hurt me once. He hit me with a good right hand.
Did he surprise you that he took as much as he did take?
Well, I'm looking forward to a tough fight. Probably was a champion, and I've seen him fight a lot of hard battles. So I was mentally prepared for anything he was taking. I was looking forward to going to 15 rounds. This guy, I knew he wasn't going to let down at all.
Sensational victory. You proved you're a champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That was awesome. Hey, I don't know about anybody else feels, but that took me back to my childhood.
Yeah, it's just such a good example of a great boxing match.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. So beautiful. Everybody's gone mute. Talk to me, people. Are you still alive? Is a fight doctor still alive?
Great boxing match between two highly skilled fighters.
100.
I came in kind of late, so I didn't see the full fight, man. I have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah.
They had a rematch, right? I think.
Yeah, they had the rematch. You watch this thing back. Watch this thing back. I'll probably put time. Well, you know how to scroll through a live show. You get to you press the red thing and just go along and you find the part you want. But yeah, if you scroll back, you're gonna find the second fight. We watched the second fight first because that was more compact, and then I thought we'd watch a little bit of the first fight afterwards. But we ended up watching the whole fight. But it was a boxing conversation over that fight. But it's good because you can listen to the boxing conversation as well as see the visuals of the first fight. You know, second fight, the second time they met, we watched that first and we talked about that fight specifically. We talked less specifically about this fight, but we was in a boxing conversation. So I don't think you'll be disappointed, El Jefe, when you rewatch the tape.
Yeah, bro. Could I say something to someone in the chat real quick, bro? Just a quick statement, man.
Is it abusive? I don't want any abusive talk.
No, it's not abusive. It's just Jalik the leader, come see me ASAP, bro. You already know where you can find me, man. You could jump on here, bro. I'm sure Ralphie would allow you, bro. But come see me, man, ASAP, bro.
You two got beef? I thought you was in a team. I thought you was in J4.
Nah, but sometimes there's infighting, bro. So come see me, man.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then who am I to deny you? If you want to talk to
sometimes an OG got to check, man. You got to check some people, bro.
If the last time I heard of you, you was talking about J4. So the link is in the chat for Jalik, the leader. Yeah, like I said, the last time I saw you, and don't forget, AK Junior's right. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to. Well, first of all, subscribe. That's numero uno. Secondly, if you like what we provided today with the help of John D. Lee, the fight doctor, Michael White.
People claim to be about the work, bro, but when it comes to the work, they're ducking the work, man. But that's why I respect Ralphie, man. He gives you the platform, bro. You come here, debate, man. Speak your piece.
Anytime you can come in here and speak your piece. But Jalik, I just heard a pop, so I know somebody's come in. Hold on, where is he? I thought I just heard a pop. I'm gonna see. There ain't nobody here. There ain't nobody here. There ain't nobody here but us chickens. As I was saying, we ain't chicken, by the way. Ain't turkey either. No poultry business. I do eat poultry. Jalik, the leader, is up in the building now. I don't know what's going on. The last thing I heard, Jalik, was that you guys were tight. You were in J4. I thought it was a boys band, but no, it turned out to be a group of guys. And now I'm very disappointed to hear that there is beef.
Nah, it's no beef, man. Shout out to Ralph. Shout out to Fight Doctor John Daly, El Jefe. El Jefe got his own. El Jefe got his own movement. I got my own, individual movement. But that's my homeboy.
Right.
What's your thoughts on
you're talking to El Jefe. This is the two you were talking.
El Jefe. Nah, he low key. He just I like Virgil Ortiz, right? Yeah. I like Boots Ennis as well, but Virgil Ortiz, who's ranked number 3, about to be ranked number 1 to fight Crawford, keeps saying out of his own mouth he can't beat Crawford and he can't beat Errol Spence. He's not a baby. This ain't the Olympics. So you can't be saying people in your division.
Bro, he's just pacing himself, bro. Like, why do you want to throw him straight into a title fight, bro? He said it himself, bro. He's speaking realistic words. He's not clout chasing. He doesn't want to jump straight to the title. He said, give me a year, bro. Let me get these tune-ups. Let me get these contenders. Then I could step up, bro. But you're making it seem like he don't got the MJ mentality, which you say, but he does have the MJ mentality, bro. What Boots doesn't have the MJ mentality, bro, because he's still fighting dudes ranked 173 by BoxRec, bro. Bob, bro, who was a natural lightweight, bro. And Bob was touching Boots up, bro. And Boots don't got the MJ mentality because he's getting touched up by bums, bro. So can you break that down, please?
Let me ask you this: how long has Teofimo been calling out?
But it ain't about Teofimo, bro. It's about Boots and Virgil. I don't really like to compare Teofimo. It's like when you go to school, bro. Everyone takes different timelines, bro, on how they could achieve their graduate school, bro. And we got to keep it 100, Jalik, because you ain't keeping it.
Oh no, he got off on there. His thing went off.
Oh, he's back. I think he's El Jefe. Where are you? You're back.
Back, we're on.
Yeah, okay. He's back, but he's lost his avatar. How does that work? El Jefe, are you back?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Carry on.
Oh shit, I was just speaking, bro. You don't hear me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, because Jalik's not keeping the same energy with he keeps on Virgil Ortiz that he keeps on Boots Ennis, man.
No.
And I'm trying to tell him, bro, Boots Ennis is not on Virgil Ortiz's level.
Okay, that's I respect your opinion, but what I'm trying to tell you is, MJ mentality is Teofimo Lopez. He been chasing Lomachenko and Lomachenko been on a lot of people's pound for pound for a few years. Lomachenko switched it up and said, I'm not going to fight this guy until he gets a belt. So he put in himself in a dangerous position, which I thought he might get knocked out versus Richard Comey. So that's like an MJ mentality. He's super confident in himself. So if Teofimo would have been like, I'm not ready for Lomachenko, I don't think I can beat him, I'll fight him though. That's like a bronze medal type mentality.
But how are you saying he wants Lomachenko, bro, when he's saying out of his own mouth, bro, that he's not going to fight Lomachenko unless it's in front of people, bro? And if we know something, that's like a calculated duck, bro, because we know there's not going to be attendance in boxing for at least half a year or a year, bro.
That's
so he's already calculating his way out, bro.
That's the thing for money. So you want to get your bread.
Fuck the bread, bro. I thought MJ mentality was about the MJ mentality, bro. So MJ cared about the bread too, man.
There's other fighters I can name too, but so Virgil Ortiz, I like the guy, but if he actually believed in himself more, I might actually consider.
What do you mean he don't believe in himself, bro? He's saying give him a year, he's gonna be prepared, bro. That's being smart. You don't just jump from one step to 20 steps, bro. You take it step by step. You gotta keep it 100, bro. You ain't keeping it 100, bro. That's why I gotta come at you, Jalik.
You read it from a script. Let me ask you this: what's the definition of having an inferiority complex?
Bro, you're surface debating, bro. You ain't keeping it 100, bro.
Raphael, school El Jefe, Raphael, man.
Nah, don't look for help, bro. It's me and you, one-on-one, bro. You're looking for validations, bro. Let's keep it 100, man. El Jefe, Jalik, the leader. Let's go, bro.
I'm wondering what happened to. This is just the end of the show. I'm letting you guys talk. I'm just wondering what the hell happened to J4.
Nah, it was never. He was just joking with that. It was never there. That's my homeboy El Jefe, but
all right.
El Jefe doing this thing, he building up. I'm happy for him, but hopefully homeboy can develop that MJ mentality, because I can see ways that not only can he beat Errol Spence, I can see how he can actually beat Bud Crawford, but it's up to him to believe it. That's all I'm saying. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. As his level of competition get better, it's going to be different when he not knock people out and he start going to the decisions and people start pushing him backwards. So he's going to have to show.
Jalik, but you don't go from fighters ranked number 50, 40, 20 to ranked number 1 or 2, bro. It's you go from 20s to 10s to 5s to 1s, bro. 1, 2, you're climbing the ladder. You want this dude to fight these dudes right away, bro. That shit ain't gonna happen, bro.
Yo, Rasclad is a man. Rasclad's quit, man. He came on it was my live. He quit, man. Rasclad don't want this, bro. But
quit. Come on, bro.
Nah, Rasclad is all words, bro. He don't jump on shit, bro.
I made him.
Rasclad jumps over here. He's a regular over here. Raphael Dawkins radio. You know.
Rasclad good people, but he just quit though. So a lot of people have weaknesses. But check this out. Look at he had 12 fights, bro. He had 12 fights, fighting 15-round fights, and you trying to baby Virgil Ortiz up. Evander Holyfield. We just watched the 15-round fight with Dwight Muhammad Cowboy. Shout out to Camden. Shout out to my cousins in Camden. And he went there and he had 12 fights. Dude got 15 15 knockouts. I'm not trying to rush him. What I'm trying to explain to you is,
so you're saying Virgil Ortiz is in Evander Holyfield's level?
He can be if he believe it. And he worked for it.
No, I'm asking you. What do you think from skill wise?
He can develop it. He don't throw his.
No, I'm asking you just a yes or no right now. Skill wise, yes or no?
He doesn't throw combinations like him, but 15-0, he's nice.
So
bro.
why do you want him to take the Evander Holyfield route if he's not prepared?
What I want him to do is just believe in himself to be able to reach the full.
Bro, but it's not about believing in yourself. It's about developing your skills, bro. As a fighter, you don't just throw a fighter just to throw him in there, man. You're gonna get him hurt.
I'm not saying that, bro. But you'll get it out. You'll get it out.
What are you saying then, bro? You're saying develop the MJ mentality. He does have the MJ mentality. Only that he knows he's speaking as how do you say it, as a wise man, bro. He don't want to just jump in there with them dudes. He got to develop his skills, bro. Move up the ladder step by step, bro.
All right.
He ain't like Boots out here. Boots is fighting dudes ranked 173, bro. Can you break that down for me?
Nah, I ain't debating that, bro. Shout out to Justin Trust. I ain't debating like that. We just discussing. You always do Boots. We debated this already. You always bring up Boots every time I say something.
Bro, because you say you yesterday you say you wanted to smoke today, bro, and I've been looking for you. I've been leaving comments, bro, and you've been ducking, bro. So I had to come at you, man.
You cloud chasing, bro.
I ain't cloud chasing, bro, but you got to get the smoke, bro.
Yo, shout out to Ralph Dawkins. Listen, when they open in Texas back up, bro, you gotta go outside, get some fresh air, bro.
Bro, I just came from the mountains, bro. What are you speaking of, man? I've been running, bro. I've been outside.
Bro. I already broke it down how Boots can be able to win that fight, but that's not to take it away from Virgil. I like Virgil, bro. I like Virgil Ortiz, but you gotta realize when you want to be the king of the hill, imagine Roy Jones saying that he don't think that he can beat James Toney or Bernard Hopkins or Tommy Hearns or Sugar Ray Leonard. You would never hear him say no shit like that, bro. You would never hear,
because at the end of the day, it's not about talking, bro. Like a lot of people have said crazy shit. It's about putting in the work. Virgil Ortiz is putting in the work, bro. He just fought Brad Solomon, who Brad Solomon beat Adrian Granado. So take that for what it is.
Yeah, he developing it.
He fought Antonio Orozco, bro, who just fought for a title against Jose Ramirez, bro. A unified champ at 140. He knocked the fuck out of Mauricio Herrera, man, and excuse my language. And he's beaten. He even beat the dude that beat Linares, bro. What's his name? The Mexican cat, bro. So he's beating dudes that have fought for championships. Boots Ennis is fighting bums, bro. Literally bums.
All right, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is if you got a job, right, and say you're a sales rep and you sell cars, and the quota is 10 cars a month, right? But then you got this one sales rep that's selling 15 and 20, and every month he's doing better than everybody else. Now, if you go in there and don't realize that you have the potential to not just compete with the guy or surpass him, you're not going to do it. So how would you say, I don't think I can sell cars as the top guys? That's what I'm basically pointing out to you. You can't be thinking like that as a fighter. It's a brutal sport. You got to really think that you're the best. Look at Shakur Stevenson. He want to fight everybody, and I actually think that he can beat everybody at 126 and 130. That's just. But
that's different. That's his PR. He needs to talk to his PR, bro. That's PR work. That has nothing to do with his mentality, because he's out here fighting, bro. I don't know if you ever met people, bro, that they doubt themselves a lot, but that doubt turns. It actually motivates him to put in more work, bro. Like that happens sometimes in boxing, bro. Not everyone has that mentality of a bully mentality, bro. And even you speak about the bully mentality, bro. Virgil Ortiz does not have the bully mentality, bro. He's just a fighter, man.
Neither does Shakur. Shakur ain't no bully. He just believe that he the best.
Nah, bro. Shakur's a trash talker, so I understand where he's coming from. But Virgil Ortiz, he's not that style, bro. If anything, I think he's a shy kid, bro.
But that's fine because, like, what is he waiting for?
But why don't you break down the fight, Boots versus Virgil? Because why don't you do that? Why don't you speak about Virgil called him out on IOTBH channel? Why don't you say that?
Raphael, I came here to listen to the look at the fight. I'm not here to clout chase off.
Okay, so let me step in right here. Let me step
in, bro.
That's what you call a body, bro.
Hold on.
Jalik spit it out the mouthpiece, man. Go ahead.
Hold on. Listen. Let me explain something about the channel. To everybody here and not here. When people come over here, I ain't really into all this, all the hyping, all the whooping and hollering. I mean, you two had a respectable discussion, but you see, I also have to bear in mind that anybody who comes over here anytime, people need to know they can come over here anytime and just have a civilized discussion. So if John Dealey comes in here, I need to know that he knows that he can come in here and be chill and have an intelligent discussion, intelligent time. Don't get me wrong, he can defend himself amply. So I'm not concerned about that. I just need people to know they can come over and be comfortable. The fight doctor, we had a debate just a couple of days ago. You know, it might have been another man putting a battery in another man's back. I mean, I just went over. I was in the same position as Jalik. I just went over to a certain place to have a little quiet, chilled out time. Next thing I know, you know, man's putting batteries in different man's backs. And next thing I know, I was in the middle of a debate. I wasn't even warm. It was my bedtime. I just went over there to have a little civilized chat. Next thing I know, man throws me in the debate, and I'm thinking, hold on a second, I didn't come here for a debate. I just wanted to chill. So listen, so if a next man wants to come over here and chill and relax, they need to know they can come over here and be on the panel and chill and relax. I can't have another man trying to get at another man and trying to get things out of control. What just happened there is perfectly acceptable to me because it was just a nice, civilized. But that said, you know, I have to know when to cut it and allow a man to just be tranquil, man. Just be tranquil. I have to allow people to know. People need to know they can come over here and have a tranquil, enjoyable, mature. Listen, and get this straight too. I do have debates, but I try to keep them mature.
Yeah, I got you. I respect you, bro. You gotta have boundaries. You gotta set boundaries. Hefe, that's my homie. You know, Hefe don't like the truth. He try to spin the truth. The truth is set you free, but you gotta accept it. Like as a man thinketh, so he be. Whatever comes out your mouth is in your heart. So whatever you gotta watch that comes out your mouth, your words is very, very powerful.
I agree with Jalik, bro. Like, there's no like. Sometimes we raise our voice a bit, but it ain't no hard feelings to nobody, man.
It's no.
Jalik,
yo, what's up? What's up, bro?
Yeah, this is Ross Clot. I've been in the YouTube boxing community since the beginning. Probably when El Jefe was still wearing the little elementary school kid boxing gloves, and then it comes with the little heavy bag. I've been in here since the beginning, and I don't usually. There used to be a guy named Slim Shady that used to be a mere control. He used to get on everyone's channel, and he used to try to debate and pick at everybody. But he was trolling, but he was seriously trolling, and that's what I see from El Jefe and Jalik. I see two new versions of the new millennium boxing community with two new trolls, two versions of guys who are clout chasing with ridiculous arguments that have no substance and no reason for someone like Ross Clot, who been in here from the beginning to debate. I have no intentions or interest in debating El Jefe. I have no interest in debating Jalik. Anyone
bro, I
who
haven't even called you out. What are you talking about, bro?
Anyone, I don't care. Anyone who thinks Floyd Mayweather or Wilder or whoever is the best, I cannot debate with you, because to me, you're just a millennial who has no knowledge of the sport of boxing.
So all that sounds is like duck talk, man. I don't even know who you are, bro.
Yeah.
I know a little bit, bro, but you came in here, bro, throwing like little shades at El Jefe.
Respect to you, Ralphie. But Ross Clyde don't deal with suckers. I'm out.
Yeah, man, get your ass out of here, bro. I didn't even like this dude, bro.
Hold on. You know
Ross Cloud, bro. It's not serious, bro. Ralphie, he just that's how Ross. That's how good people, bro. He just talk. That's how he do. But he know what it is, bro. He know it.
Come see me, Rascal. Come see me on my channel, bro.
Serious, bro.
Okay.
Hey, Ralphie.
Sorry, yeah, you came on Birmingham.
Yeah, the American we talk trash a little bit more over here. It's a little different. It's not as. It's a different call. You know. It's a little,
bro, trying to compare me to a bum ass Slim Shady, man. Get the fuck out of here, man.
We talk trash over here as well, bro. But you know, I just like to try and keep it. Debates are perfectly fine.
I don't troll people. I don't troll. If I only debate if I know it. I don't troll.
All right. Okay. So we good. Now.
Hey, yo, Jalik, you're the YTBC villain, bro.
So you know what? I think everybody had a chance to say what they want to say. El Jefe, you said what you wanted to say. And we're coming to the end of the show now, so we're going to be saying our final good nights. I'm going to start with you, El Jefe. Say your final words, my friend. Nothing abusive.
Man, I appreciate Ralphie, man, for having me on as always, bro. It's a different style of a platform. It's very different from mine, but I respect it. It's very corporate. It's very professional, man. So I respect Ralphie for providing me this platform, bro. I'm gonna try to keep my cuss words and all that shit and all that stuff out of here, bro. Shout out to John Daly, man. I've seen him around. He knows his boxing.
He does.
John Daly, man, he's more of a corporate type of workout dude, but shout out to him, man. Keep going to the gym, bro. Keep doing your sit-ups, man. You look very fit in the pictures, bro. But shout out to you, man.
Can do pull-ups properly, El Jefe.
The fight doctor, man. Shout out to the fight doctor. I've heard
a 44-pound weight. I can stick it out there.
Bro, hold on. I'm saying my final thoughts. Hold on. I'm giving you a shout out, bro.
I take offense to misrepresenting my workouts.
No, bro. I actually I want to get my pull-up game up, so I'm giving you props. Shout out to the fight doctor, man. I've been listening to him a couple times. I saw him debate Jalik. He had good points, but he got to get his push-up game up. So shout out to him. And as always, man, shout out to Jalik, the leader, bro. Sometimes, me and Jalik, sometimes we got to clash, man. I know sometimes he likes to, Usually, this is like the Terrence Crawford, Sean Porter, man. We're homies, but he's ducking me at the same time. So I'm Terrence Crawford, man. I'm bullying him a little bit, man. Sometimes he don't want the work.
Pepe get his shots off, and then we dissipate one by one. So
sometimes he don't want the work. But shout out to everybody, man. I'm about to finish these 100 push-ups. Jalik, if you go live, man, let me know, bro. And we could set that up, man. We could finish what we started, bro, on Ralphie's. But shout out to Ralphie, man. I'll see you soon, Ralphie. Hopefully we get that debate started, man. Corporate style, bro. I got to get my suit and tie, bro. So we could debate, man. So shout out to you, bro. I'm out.
El Jefe, anytime, El Jefe. Anytime you're ready, my friend. Okay. And then there was 4. We go over to Jalik, the leader. Jalik.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you having me on.
100.
Shout out to John Daly. Shout out to Fight Doctor. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I'm glad you showed that fight. That's good to see because that's very rare to see. Not only a middleweight at 5'7", he was actually a cruiserweight at 5'7". That's amazing if you really think about it. 5'7", he's shorter than a lot of wealth. He's shorter than Crawford. That's amazing that he can achieve those type things for Dwight Muhammad Qawi. But I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, keep doing your thing, man. Keep grinding, keep shining, and inspiring. And Fight Doctor, I give you a rematch, bro. I give you a rematch, bro. You deserve it, bro. I give you.
Don't come in yet, Fight Doctor, because you're gonna have your final words where you can say what you want to. But right now,
I give you a rematch, Fight Doctor. You deserve it, bro. You tried your best. You ain't quit, man. But I give you a rematch. We can do another topic, and I'll give you a rematch, bro.
Jalik, the leader, thank you for coming over, and thank you for keeping it respectful.
Definitely, always.
Take care, blessed. Okay. Oh, shizzle. No, I pressed the wrong button. Oh damn. I think I accidentally. Yo, Jalik, I pressed the ban button. You're not banned. I'll go back in the back room and I'll sort it out. I meant to say adios. I meant to press the adios button. I accidentally pressed the ban button. That was a mistake. I will sort it out immediately after the show. Yeah, so thank you for keeping it respectful over here. And then there was 3. The Fight Doctor, your final words, my dear fellow.
So shout out to Jalik. Shout out to El Jefe. Jalik proved himself a worthy challenger, but I had to put him down. I accept your challenge for a rematch. Not a problem, sir. We'll find a suitable topic, and I will, we'll open up the doctor's clinic, and we will perform another surgery.
Okay, and. Further to the night, the show. You got any observations? The fights we watched, the debate, the discussion. Sorry.
So, listen, debate, right? Debate is a vehicle that you can use to learn, from your opponent. And, there's a difference between debate and argument, and debate should and can be a constructive thing. So, I think when people have debates, they should keep that in mind. Like, the whole point of the debate is to, learn from the other side, but then at the same time, make your point and do it in a way where, both sides benefit, so, listen, I'm a fan of the sport of boxing first, as opposed to being a fan of a certain fighter. Or, I have my favorites, but I've always been a fan of the sport of boxing since I was a preteen.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's all about the sport of boxing, and I think we do the sport a disservice when we.
I think that might be an internet issue.
Yeah.
He's had a couple.
Yeah, just dropped off all of a sudden. But I want to give him a chance to complete his his statement, his closing statement. Yeah, thanks to everybody who came into the chat. Thank everybody who's still in the chat. This was way longer than I had expected. I thought we'd do the opening thing at the last minute. Chat's funny, man. At the last minute, I got the news about what's his name, Mauricio Sulaiman, and what he said about Deontay Wilder. And so, I thought, whoa, we're gonna have to talk about that. One news item and then the fights. I think that was always a program in my mind anyway. But I didn't expect, or did I expect? Well, it's a big topic. I knew it was a big topic when I heard it. So maybe I half expected so many people, but yeah, maybe a few more people than I had expected. Certainly didn't expect H Money to make an appearance, but so long as it keeps it respectful, then what can I say? It's a platform for people who want to talk respectfully. And the fight doctor, are you back? Is you muted?
I'm here, Paul. I'm here.
Oh yeah. Because you dropped off, and I was just talking. But before I let you finish your finishing statement, I'd just like to say that for anybody who has enjoyed the show, then please kindly click the like button. Helps the visibility of the show. For anybody who has not subscribed, and I know there's a few of you out there who like to come over and enjoy the fair. You like to come over to the picnic. But you don't like to hit the subscribe. I don't know why. If you enjoy the show, click the subscribe. That's all I say. You enjoy the show and you've enjoyed more than one show, hit the damn subscribe. That's only reasonable and fair. Do that. IK Junior, I missed H Money. He's in here, mate. He's in here. Yeah. So, and anybody who's on Twitter, follow me on Twitter. If you enjoy the content, there's more content on Twitter that you don't see here. So for sure, do that. Hit all the good buttons, including the super chat button when you can. But for sure, subscribe and like. No, that's very important to the visibility of the show. Back over to the fight doctor.
So, bro, thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate it. Debate is a good thing. Debate can be a vehicle to educate. It can be a vehicle to learn. And I think that's how we should approach it instead of, all the negative. We should look at it as positive, so it's an opportunity to learn, opportunity to grow. And, we don't need all the negative.
100%. It's been, and also, one of the reasons I like to have people over who I've debated with before is because there's this feeling, there's this narrative that people like to push out. They had a debate with somebody, oh, you hate him, oh, you hate him, oh, he hates you, you hate him. No. That's not the way the Rafi operates. You see everybody I've debated, you see the people I debated, you see them in here now. I debated El Jefe a couple of weeks ago and debated, even though I didn't know I was going to get a debate. I just went somewhere, then boom, man says you're debating such and such. I says, you what? And then boom, next thing I know, it's being recorded. I didn't know they were all in there waiting. They couldn't have been waiting for me because nobody knew I was coming, bro. I just walked into something. Next thing I know, I'm on the debate. Okay, fine. So then I take that debate and put it on over here on this channel where it's supposed to be anyway. You know what I mean? And then we have another debate following that, and we have a discussion, analysis. And look, everybody who I debate, boom, you're welcome in here. And the Fight Doctor will tell you that, Fight Doctor.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I'm a fan of the sport of boxing, and I appreciate honest debate. And in a lot of circles, the debate is not honest. So we're gonna talk boxing. Let's talk boxing and leave all the extra out.
Leave all the extra out, 100%. And that was the words from the Fight Doctor. Fight Doctor, I hope you're gonna subscribe.
I'm already there, brother.
Damn. Okay, anytime you're ready, anytime you want to, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio Show is on. So you're most welcome. You're more than welcome. Couple of shows in the daytime. I don't know how it's going to work out when we get back to work. Everybody, I think I'm getting out of the habit of work now. I think this thing might turn people into dusters. So you got to be careful, keep our activity levels up. And Fight Doctor, you're most welcome anytime. Thank you for coming on.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you for having me.
100%. We're going to butt heads and clash from time to time, but it's all in good, clean fun. Take care. And that was the Fight Doctor. And then there was John D. Lee. What a night. Oh, what a night.
We've had fun tonight, Rafi.
We've had big fun. Remember that? Inner city, big fun.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I'm not quite as musical as you, Rafi. I've been accused of butchering football songs.
Not many people are, John, to be fair. So
yeah, but I'm particularly low in that capacity. I've been accused of butchering football songs.
Oh dear.
It's that bad.
Oh dear.
I appreciate music, but singing is not something that I get involved with.
You leave the singing to the birds.
Yeah.
In the tree.
Or those that can.
Or those that can. Or is Johnny D? Who the hell's Johnny D? Oh, John Dealey. Okay, yeah, John Dealey. Or is it like hearing John Dealey's votes? There you opinions, vote views. There you go, John. Yeah, it's been a hell of a show tonight, John. Been a hell of a show tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it's what we were anticipating, but I'd say it's better than expected.
Better than expected. Rafi, the Rafi's got good vision, Rafi's got good vision. I thought, what we're gonna do? A lot of people don't want to go back and pay homage to those who trod the path beforehand. So there's a formula. There's Rafi's formula. Rafi's formula kicked in tonight. We're not going to break it down. We're not going to break down Rafi's formulas. You know what I'm saying?
You want to keep that like Heinz, Raf. Top secret.
That's Heinz, mate. That's Heinz. Top
secret.
The thing can be you can try and imitate. You will have imitates, but if you don't know the ingredients, how are you going to do it? You ain't going to do it, bro. You're not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? The ingredients are secret. You know what I mean? Secret ingredients, bro. I know what works, but I'm experimental, so sometimes I find out what doesn't work. And the process goes on. It's a refining process. The ingredients, some of the ingredients, take out that, put in this, take out that herb, put in this spice. And then, that's how we make the broth. But yeah, John Dealey, definitely boxing talk. I don't know who's talking. I don't know what that conversation is there. Yeah, so it's a bit different to what we expected. Rafi had some ingredients in there, but
we had a bit of pepper, bit of spice,
but quite a liberal sprinkling of pepper. I might venture to say,
but in a dignified fashion. We didn't have anyone running to the tap of water because they couldn't handle it.
Kept it dignified, and there was no. I don't remember any screaming. Was there screaming?
I don't. Even H Money kind of held it down.
Even H Money held it down. I mean,
I remember. I think the first time he was on your show, you had to boot him out.
Yeah, I remember that show. I remember that.
Yeah.
That show ran for about 5 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
It was a lengthy one.
Um,
So it's good to see people developing.
Yeah, absolutely. Development, growth. That's what we try to stimulate over here on Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. So wrap it up, John. Wrap it up. Put a bow on it. Put a bow on it.
Well, I think it was nice to get Fight Doctor on here.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff, just because we don't agree.
Mm.
People we were disagreeing last week.
Yeah. Was it last week? Was it that long ago?
Yeah, it's all right, Rafi. Just try and forget it.
Was it 7 days ago? Was that? It seems like
because we did the fight review.
That was only 7 days ago. Damn, that seems like a month ago to me. I mean, damn. But you have to remember, though. You're on a few shows a week. I'm on like
you're busy.
I'm like 7 days a week. You know what I'm saying? So it just seems. Yesterday seems like a week ago. The day before seems like 2 weeks ago. It's just crazy for me. But yeah, we had the Fight Doctor on. The Fight Doctor, you know, and it's important to me. It's important to me that sometimes people put batteries in other people's backs, and you know it makes it look like hostility and enmity. And you know, the Rafi, you know what? That's short-sighted, because when you study countries, I mean, you're a historian, not just boxing history, but you know, you're a history guy. Full stop. And you will know. I would imagine you will know that when you have countries. When you have countries, entities, whatever you want to call it, you know, they have to interact. If you have two bordering countries acting like they don't like each other, but look deeper than that. You know, this one country selling that other country rice. That country they're supposed to be enemies. That country selling the other country potatoes. You know, and then another country, the third country that's between them, he's selling or she's selling both of them countries what flour. So, you know, on the surface, if you're just a surface person, you'll think, oh, they don't like that person, but it don't work like that. And underneath all of that, they're trading, they're doing trade, they're doing business together, they're making money together. You know what I'm saying? So please, what I say to people is please don't be so short-sighted. Don't be so short-sighted. You know, it's deeper. There's levels. There's levels to everything. John D. Lee, there's levels to everything, and there's also levels of understanding.
100%. This wouldn't be a show if we all had the same point of view. It'd be a pointless exercise. So we've had quite a wide range of different viewpoints there.
Boom.
And that made it better without anybody having to get overly emotional.
And what's gratifying to me also is that you have people from the different corners of the spectrum, the different corners of the political spectrum, the boxing political spectrum over here. And sometimes, sometimes I'm gonna have to keep certain people apart. It's just that simple. You know, in order to keep things kind of tranquil, keep things kind of cool. You know, sometimes we're just gonna have to do that. But overall, we've got people from all the different spectrums, all the whole different spectrum, different points of view, and you know, I kind of see myself as a man who can bring people together. And what do you call it? What's the term I'm looking for? Coexist. I believe in coexistence.
Mediation.
You know? Mediate, coexist. Everybody's got to exist. And I like to think that, you know, I can help in that process. And I also like to say, just because I had to put this out there, just because a man doesn't understand something, it don't mean that it don't make sense. Boom. Boom.
Rafi's enjoying that one.
Boom. Just because, I'm going to write that down, John. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, you don't want to forget it. If you get a good one, you got to keep it.
To talk in the meantime, John. Speak your mind.
I enjoyed talking to the fight doctor. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
When it comes down to opinion, the only fact about opinion is there's no right or wrong answer. It's an opinion. It isn't a fact. And so people are going to have different opinions, which is great. It was good to have is it Michael J. White?
Michael J. White, UK guy. Yeah. The UK version of the Fight Doctor.
Yeah. You know, I don't necessarily agree with everything that he said, but he put it all across very well. It's a coherent argument. Again, he's got an opinion, I've got an opinion. They don't meet up, but it's opinion, not fact.
100%.
So it's just good to have all these different people. I enjoyed myself.
Absolutement. Turned into a marathon. We haven't done a marathon for a long time, but I am confident that John Deely's taking the day off tomorrow, so I haven't ruined his schedule.
Well, I've got flexible training though, anyway, Raph. I've got a lot of equipment. I can train at a variety of times.
Isn't it cluttering up your place? Because
I've got it tidy. I've got it well organized.
Okay. Yeah, because I can't stand clutter, man. I can't take.
So I've just got a rack. The bench is under the rack. The weights are on the rack.
Yeah, you kept it kind of.
It's taking up a small sort of elongated area unless I'm training.
Yeah, it's manageable.
Yeah, it's manageable. And all the other paraphernalia I can just keep in the bag.
Yeah. It's caught me. This thing caught me unexpectedly. This whole thing, because over the years I've given away so much things. I've thrown away things. I've got rid of things because I don't like clutter. I'm anti-clutter. I'm kind of it's just something about it where I toss things out if they get on my nerves. But damn. Come this COVID-19 thing and all those things that I gave away, threw away. I think of them. I can remember I gave away that, I threw away that. And I think all of the things that I gave away and threw away, I could have done with now. But that's how it goes, my friend. That's how it goes. Okay, so in summary, John, what's your final word, my friend?
The thing I've enjoyed the most about the show is actually people had probably forgotten a little bit just how good and fast Evander was, and we had a good look at that today.
We had a damn good look at that today. We've gone into triple time. It's not even overtime. It's triple time. And what can I say to everybody who came on? Well, actually, I'm going to save that for later. But for now, what I'm saying is, John D. Lee, you have been a trooper, mate. You stayed in here from the beginning to the end. You didn't have to. You opted to, and that's cool. And the gang, because I like our little final words section. Final words section, actually. Final words section. I enjoy the final words. I enjoy hear people sharing their thoughts and observations. I do like the final words section. So I'm glad that you stuck around for that. Obviously, the COVID thing, it means things are a bit more flexible now in the daytime. But John D. Lee, we're going to be speaking to each other very, very shortly. Could be as soon as tomorrow, the day after, but I think I'm due a daytime thing tomorrow. But if it's not tomorrow, it's the day after, it's definitely Monday. What's the schedule for Monday? I think it's been a while since we've actually talked about news, just pure boxing news. I don't know who's coming on, but I'm going to be talking about boxing news, just, get some news up. Boom. Hit you with some news bulletin, Machine Gun Fire, and of course Machine Gun Glazer is coming back on Wednesday. It's unheard of. The channel's just having the same guest of the stature of Rick Glazer coming on and then coming back. But I think that's testament to the good people of the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio, and we've made him feel very much at home. And he's loving it over here. So he's agreed to come back for a third time. It's going to be more questions from me. I'm going to have some questions prepared this time. Last time it was a Q&A. Next time it's going to be more interview format. But I will be asking your questions. So get your questions in the comment section. John Deely, it's been great that you could stick the duration. And we're going to talk again real soon, my friend.
Yeah, speak to you soon, Raphael. You have a good night.
Awesome. Excellent. And then there was one. So let's look at some of these comments now. Always like to hear John Dealey's views. Absolutely. He's an asset. He's an asset, one of the assets, much like you, AK Jr., much like Philip Carl Roberts, much like everybody who comes here. But John definitely has a place at the table. Everybody, at the head of the table. Well, I'm at the head of the table. He's really close by. He's a great contributor, and I enjoy his views as much as you do. True, all opinions are welcome. BFTB's channel has been taken over by a gremlin that spews nonsense. Yeah, he's kind of got crazy, the fellow over there. The gremlin has got crazy. You don't even want to talk to people. You don't even want to talk to people no more. He invited my buddy, True School Sports, over there, and all he did was give him verbal abuse. I got to go back in the archives. People keep asking me to pull up the time I talked to him about, and the conversation went over to commercial value. And I have to pull that up because it's quite hilarious. His lack of understanding. I don't want to give too much away, but it's actually a comedy piece. I think I don't know how many minutes I got out of him on that. It could have been as much as 20, but it sounds like comedy. I don't want to give too much away, but it's absolutely friggin' hilarious. If you got any little kids around and they got a potty, you may need a potty by the computer. If you're sitting down and listening to it, you may need the potty because you may wee-wee yourself. It was hilarious. I don't want to give too much away, but that commercial value, look out for it. I keep on saying I'm going to do it. I'm going to take some time out of my day and run through, try to find it, identify it. I'm sure I can. Yes, I can. And I'm going to find it for you people because it's one of the most requested external interviews I've ever done. Well, discussions. People keep saying, Rafi, put the commercial value interview together. Put it together. Put that commercial value section when you talk to him. But you can't talk to him like that now. I think he's been burnt. And now all he does is scream abuse at people who he thinks is going to disagree with him. So now you can't have the conversations I had with him back then. He was still abusive back then, but I lulled him into a sense of security. I lulled him into a false sense of security. He let his guard down so that we could actually debate. I think those days are over. He's just super cautious now to anybody with an opposing view to his. Remember the quote of the day, written by yours truly, is just because a man doesn't understand something, should be a comma in there, doesn't mean it don't make sense. So if you see me do something and you don't understand it, do not assume that it don't make sense. All you know is that it don't make sense to you, but it doesn't mean it don't make sense. In the fullness of time, you may come to realize. Okay. Yes. It's the Philip Carl Roberts. Hey, it was a great listen. AK Jr. should have gone to bed a long time ago. So should I. But he's still here because it was entertaining. Great show, Ralphie. Absolutely. It's good to have you guys over here. I've seen a bit of your chat with him. Hey, there's multiple chats with the BFTB. I wish we could go back to the days when he wasn't so scared to have a discussion. There's quite a few of them. When you go into my channel, go into the channel. If you type in Raphael Dawkins and then BFTB, you're going to get a lot of good stuff come up, a lot of crazy stuff. And so we have come to the end of the show. Who do we have on? Too many to mention. John D. Lee, the Fight Doctor, Michael J. White, El Jefe. I hope I'm not missing anybody. El Jefe. Oh, sorry. Ross Clark. No. Red Glove Militant. El Jefe. Jalik the Leader. And Ross Clark. Okay. So, toys out the pram, BFTB. Absolutely crazy. Too scared to even have an open debate now. Just mute you. Abuse. And then mute you for a few more seconds. Get out of here. That's not proper. That is not proper. It's not proper. Okay, so I'll say again, the quote of the day, quote of the night, quote of tomorrow, quote of the year. I don't know. You'd be the judge. Just because a man doesn't understand something doesn't mean it don't make sense. And so that brings us to the end. It's the like. Don't forget to hit the like button. It's the subscribe. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Some people are not receiving notifications. Go and click the subscribe again and see what you need to press to make sure you are receiving all of the notifications. People on Twitter, go ahead and follow me on Twitter like AK Jr. does and a few others, but that's a growing thing. It's a fledgling thing. The numbers will increase, and more numbers increase, the more people like Rick Glazer we're going to be having on. So, you know, spread the word, share on your social medias, press that retweet, share on YouTube, send it to somebody you think might enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Let's grow the thing. And the more we grow the thing, the more you help grow the thing, the more things you're going to get. The more things you're going to get. Okay. So that is it. It's Boxing Talk with Rafi. It's not even Boxing Talk with Rafi. What is it? It's Mauricio Sulaiman. Wilder's finished. It's Boxing Talk and Classic Fights Review. Yeah. And so it's the like, it's the subscribe, it's the comments, it's the shares, it's the AK Jr., the Philip Carl Roberts, the where we at? It's the IBT Immortal Boxing Truth. It's the AK Jr. It's the El Jefe. It's Jalik the Leader. And we're scrolling on. It's Just in Trouble. It's the James Jameson. Who else we had? We got too many to mention. It's the Marla, of course. It's the Marla. It is the Big Boys Boxing. It's the John D. Lee. It's the Fight Doctor. It's the, what's his name? Michael J. White, El Jefe, Jalik the Leader, Red Glove Militant, Ross Clot. But most of all, it's the Blessed. Oh, and thanks for the super chat, AK Jr. I think yesterday, was it yesterday or earlier on? It was yesterday. Scott 70. Thanks for the super chats. Much appreciated. Everybody have a blessed night. It's been a late one. Have a blessed Saturday. Hope the sun continues to shine. I'll be out there riding my bike. I'll get my bike ride in, get some sun on your backs. Have a blessed weekend. It's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the comments. It's the shares. It's the hitting the bell icon. And it's the whatever. It's a lot of stuff. It's light. And we're out. Blessed.